All right. I was actually trying to sit and have a vape and drink some coffee before I started the stream, figuring that, that was a little bit more professional. But no, fuck you. We're doing this. I'm gonna have the camera on and be talking to you while I have my morning vape and sip some coffee and get ready to start my day. Aussie friendly-ish stream. Yeah, not too bad for a change. How are you, folks? How you all doing? It's nice to see you. It's nice to have some folks waiting. It's good to feel missed. I have obviously been away for nearly 2 weeks at this point, working on a commission that I can't talk about, which is, when you're a YouTuber and a content creator, in regards specifically to that, it's kind of not ideal, because obviously I need to be here regularly to be doing content-y stuff. But, to be honest, I kind of was coming up to the point where I could have done with a week or two off anyway. So, it's ended up working out alright. It's ended up sort of giving me an opportunity to refresh a little bit and just take a minute. Hello, Pingu. Hello, Emma. Hello, MFA. Hello, everyone. It's actually been quite nice. It's been hard work. The commission is about to be picked up by a courier. The courier should be here somewhere between 11 and 2, I believe. And then that'll be being sent off to the publishers, and it'll be probably April till I can actually talk about it. So. My plan, honestly, just dip this camera down a touch. My plan, honestly, at this stage is to just kind of forget about it now. To just forget about it for a bit. I'm really happy I did it. I'm really grateful that I got the opportunity to do it. But I think now, until we reach the point where it actually comes out and I can talk about it, it's probably better to just kind of, focus on some other stuff. So, with that in mind, what I wanted to do was, I was filming these for a video, and I don't think I'm actually going to continue filming them for a video. I think I've got some Alaris to do as part of this commission as well, and I think I'm going to use those for the infantry commission, just because it was really slowing me down getting these guys done, and I really want to get these guys and the 3 jet bikes done, because that's kind of the main bulk of the commission, and then it's just some Alaris Terminators after that. So what I figured we'd do is try, seeing as we're sort of a pretty significant way through these already, is try and get them finished today. I figured that would be a nice chill thing to do as a sort of comeback. Or not a comeback, that's not the right word, as a sort of reintroduction back into working on my sort of regular rotation of stuff. I figured that'd be quite nice, and also, it just kind of makes sense as something that's fairly low stress to ease me back in. Just saw a preview on YouTube. I was like, "Oh, nice." Stuart's like, "Yeah, I don't stream much. I'll be honest. I don't stream regularly. I'm not a streamer. I make recorded content, but I like to use streaming as a way that I can just catch up with everyone, just have some chats. Balnor, exactly, my man, exactly. It is kind of like a milestone. It's like, I've been building my profile, trying to get better, and it's my first commercial piece for a publisher, so it is kind of like a milestone. You're quite right, and it feels immensely rewarding, but at the same time, it's also my first piece for a publisher, and it was done on very short notice with very short lead time, so it probably won't be the one that I, assuming that I continue to get this kind of work now, and I hope I do, because I want this kind of work. That's exactly the kind of work that I want to be doing. And assuming that happens, assuming that continues to be the case, this probably won't be the commission that I look back on and be like, oh, I'm super proud of it, I'm super stoked about it. It'll be the one that I look back on and say that's the one that got it all started. But, you know, realistically, being truthful, it's not the most impressive thing I'll ever put out, because it had to be done on a time crunch at very short notice. And, you know, I think the publisher probably knew that when they commissioned it. They probably knew that they were leaving it a little bit close to get something, you know, really next level. Can't decide if I want to paint the Blood Bowl team I need to finish or start building the next. Oh, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough. A few weeks ago, a regular customer of mine gifted me the Forge World Ogres for my Ogre team. Obviously, I know Ogres are a terrible team. I just really like the miniatures. This comes from a desire to collect Ogre Moor tribes in Sigmar, but I don't know anything about Sigmar, so I've never sort of taken the plunge. But yeah, he bought me these, and he had to do a Forge World order basically, and he was trying to sort of fill it out a bit. So he decided to buy me these, and they're just such wonderful sculpts. And I really, really want to get them out and paint them, but you know, at the moment it's just not an option. Especially, obviously, as I'm a little bit sort of lagged out. They were bought for me, Crystal. But yeah, I've got the ladies. They're fucking cool. Just got my coffee. This is now a coffee stream. Excellent. They're lovely, aren't they? They're really, really cool. Ogres made it to your pre-league final game. Wow, that's impressive. All the sort of people in the know say that they're an awful team. I don't know enough about Blood Bowl to know. I just really like the miniatures. I just think they're really cool miniatures. Right. Let's start doing some painting while we chat, shall we? It's probably what you came for. Let's be real. Start off with a bit of tasteful side brush. Why is there a Christmas song on this? What? Stop it. Pretzel, please. Never play that again. Welcome back to the internet. Cheers, Chris. It's been fun, you know. It's been a refresher, just taking some time off of content creation, and I've got like a lot of down cam shot. So I only need to record like some face cam, which I'm going to do tomorrow morning, and then I'll be able to edit together a video for Wednesday. So videos should come back pretty much straight away to regular schedule. There should be a video Wednesday. There should be a video Friday. It's just getting some face cam footage shot, essentially. They're not very forgiving and take a lot of luck and tight play to be consistent. Yeah. That's kind of what I get. They're really cool miniatures, the single best reasons. I agree fully. I've always said this. Like, the thing is, like, in bigger games like 40k, it's a little bit easier to say that because, you know, when there are so many moving parts in a game, so many models on the table, etc., you can kind of almost afford a little bit more to play suboptimally, because there's just, you know, a bigger, what am I trying to say? You know, you're rolling more dice, you're making rolls more frequently, that kind of thing. And so the net result is that your opportunities to kind of balance a bit of good luck in there. What's going on here? My internet's playing up. That's not good. you know, if you're playing something suboptimally, you still stand a chance when it comes to like bigger games like 40k. And as I understand it, you know, your smaller games, each individual miniature's performance obviously matters more because you have fewer miniatures on the board. And so I think, like, I do think that in a game like Blood Bowl, it's probably less advisable to just play what you think looks cool if you all care about losing. But I don't particularly care about losing, that's the thing. It kind of just doesn't matter to me. I'm here for a bit. Was going to stream but might just stay here instead. Do it. Hang around for a bit. You can stream whenever you want to. I'm just adjusting this camera slightly. Stream whenever you want. Come and chill for a bit, and then when you're ready to stream, go and stream. Ogre's fantastic, but it'll break your heart when they all bonehead at once and you lose the game. Yeah. Yeah. It is, that is kind of the other draw as well, is the Ogres get to play just a whole fucking gibbering heap of Noblars, which is kind of appealing to me. Not gonna lie, without my big strong overhead light, this is not great on the old vision. Hey Custard, how you doing? Nice to see you. 40k, you can enjoy the game and even win by just being good at the macro level of the game. Yeah, I think that's kind of the point. Yeah, is that macro versus micro thing. With 40k, like, the better player can play the worse army and just win by being the better player. Or, you know, I'm not talking about at like tournament level. I'm talking about just the average game that you play. At tournament level, it's generally assumed that, you know, everyone sort of plays to a certain minimum standard. That's kind of why they go to tournaments, because they're kind of, you know, the good players and they want to play against other good players. But in your average sort of casual fun game, I think, you know, 40k allows you a little bit more opportunity to just be the better player and win that way. Whereas Blood Bowl's just a bit tighter because it's a smaller game, you know. I found the same with Kill Team. I found exactly the same with Kill Team. Like, you know, I'm, for example, way more experienced than my friend Jake. And we had a Kill Team weekend. And he was playing Death Guard for the vast majority of the weekend, who at the time were one of the top teams to be playing in Kill Team. Death Guard were fucking insane, and I'd sort of shown him how to configure his team pretty damn strong as well. And what I was doing is just rotating through all of the teams that I'd built and just playing a random team each game. And he stuck on Death Guard for the majority of the session. And we played for hours, you know, we played from sort of morning till evening. Played a bunch of games, and there was, you know, a very clear and noticeable shift between the games where I was playing teams that were good versus the games where I was playing teams that were not so great. I actually also learned during that session that I really like the way sisters play in Kill Team. They are very cool, very interesting. So that was pretty sweet. Just saying the word nobblers will never not be funny. It's true, isn't it? It's that's kind of... GW are pretty good at stuff like that. Just, you know... introducing a nice bit of silliness. Chaos Team currently has 8 players on the roster, 2 dead and 1 missing a game. Damn. Nobblers. Competitive play is always a different game, yeah. You need to be good at all things about the game. Yeah. I don't know, Crystal. I don't know that you're not good at Blood Bowl. I think, you know, you're very good at being overly modest about things that you're good at. You probably don't think you're good at Blood Bowl, but you're probably a lot better at Blood Bowl than you think you are. After the Blood Bowl League for Blood Bowl 2, I'm tempted to pick up a Blood Bowl team. That was a lot of Blood Bowls in one sentence. I caught a bit of yours and Matt's game yesterday. I started having some computer issues in the middle of it, and I was just like, do you know what, fuck it. I need to get away from my desk. So I didn't end up saying anything. I just sort of fucked off, which was a little bit rude of me. I apologise. But you guys look like you were really having fun. You look like you were really, really having a good time. I used to go to tournaments a lot as a teen and I sucked, but damn, it was fun. Yeah, losing can be fun if you're just doing something that you enjoy, you know, and that's kind of an important part of the hobby to embrace, is, you know, is not having expectations of yourself. Hey Mugs, how you doing? It's good to see you. Being overly modest at things? The British? Never. Yeah, we do be like that sometimes. We leave bragging to the Americans typically. But that's fine, you know. They enjoy it. This is a bit of a tune. Hey, Joe. It's just Retributor armor, Custard. I'm actually... did anyone see that video that Vince put out about the Green Stuff World Pure Pigment Metallics? I've kind of been questing to find an amazing gold for years now. Something that, you know, covers as well as Retributor armor, but actually has a nice metallic shine to it. 'Cause Retributor armor is not the shiniest of golds in the world. It's not the most gold-looking gold, but it does cover brilliantly, whereas most golds cover terribly. And the reason Retributor armor tends to be my go-to gold, despite the fact that in most cases GW is not my go-to paint, is just for that coverage. Just because I don't want to sit and have to do 20 coats of gold to get a usable colour down, you know. But Vince Venturella was testing those Green Stuff World Pure Pigments recently, and the gold looks insane, so I ordered some of that. It's a powder pigment, and you just obviously mix it with a medium if you want to use it as a paint, which is true of all powder pigments. You can just mix them with medium if you want to use them as paints. That's kind of what powder pigments do. They have to be milled fine enough to do that with, but as long as they're milled fine enough, then that is a thing that you can and should do with them. So that wasn't kind of, you know, revelatory to me in any way, but just how well the paint seemed to be handling and covering was very appealing to me. So I'm hoping that when those arrive, they're going to be insanely good, and I'm never going to want to touch Retributor armor again, because I've been trying to get off Retributor armor for ages, just because, you know, don't like GW pots particularly. Losing can be very fun with the right mindset. I've lost a few games of 40k to my brother, and it was fun to try and win. Exactly, yeah, totally. Like my old rival Alan, last time we played, I absolutely battered him, but historically, he used to win probably 8 out of 10 games. He was a way better player than me. And I kind of, you know, I went into my last game with him. We managed to play a game just before lockdown, when I sort of first got to where I live now, because I'm near him now. But I went into that game like fully prepared and expecting to lose, and I was still having fun regardless. You know, I went into it kind of just wanting to have a good time. I mean, I took a Baneblade, for fuck's sake. You don't take a Baneblade in your guard list if you're planning to win. You know, and the Baneblade was terrible. I've been struggling late mentally, and due to taking a year out in 2020, I got screwed over from a bonus when the company I work for got sold, as I'm seen as a 6-month employee, not 9. Oh, what? That's fucked up. Which S75 ones is that, Crystal? Sorry? Which ones? I did put out a video this weekend, capitalised on the chill and replaced the drone track with rain sounds. Nice. I like a rain sound. Oh, Muggs, I'm sorry you've not been doing great, mate. Hopefully it'll be a short-term thing and you can bounce back from it. I think you will. I have faith in you, Muggs. You're generally a pretty positive character. I think you'll probably feel like this is just a speed bump at some point and get yourself back on the horse, mate. For those of you that aren't familiar with Muggs' videos, if you like just really chill, straightforward tutorial videos, Muggs is definitely someone that you should have in your YouTube subs. He just does kind of really laid back, very simple, very approachable, sort of raw how-tos, essentially. It's a very simple video format, and I think that really works, you know. They're just very nice to relax to and watch, and Muggs has got a lot of hobby experience, so you know he's a great person to take practical advice from. Yeah, Crystal, you should try and get a little bit more active on YouTube. There's a lot of really good stuff goes on the YouTube side of things. I used to think that Twitch was like the be all and end all of hobby, and like nowadays I barely ever even visit Twitch. There's a lot of really good stuff going on YouTube, you know. Custodes today. The occasion, mate, is I am falling so fucking behind on this commission, and it's for a mate, and I really want to not fall behind on it. So I figured I'd just sort of plow through a couple of hours today as my kind of warming back into human contact, and hopefully, with any luck, this would serve as a good warm up and kind of get me back up to speed on this commission as well. I've been procrastinating a bit too much on these, really. Not that the customer minds. Joe he's one of my mods, and he knows that I kind of have to shuffle my schedule around a lot depending on sort of what, like, priorities shift a lot in this job, and he knows that. So it's not like he's going to get mad at me, it's more like I'm getting mad at me. Well, not a gold, I've always liked the coverage of Vallejo Game Color Bright Bronze. Yeah, VGC is good shit. Really good shit. VMC is more my personal go-to, but VGC is good shit. Mugs, bless you. A wild PK is a beard. Is it a full army, just some guard? So it's 5 custodians. 3 of these. I think you watched the video for this, didn't you? I'm sure you told me you'd watched the video for this. So 3 of these dudes, 5 Custodian Guard and 10 Alaris. And I sort of want to break the back of the commission by getting the 5 Guard and the 3 bikes done over the next couple of weeks, because then the 10 Alaris will just be kind of pretty straightforward to chip away at. Alaris, weirdly, at least looking at the boxes, seems simpler to paint than Custodian Guard, which is interesting. I didn't expect that to be the case, but it seems to be the case. Started out watching Hobby Twitch. Still subbed on Electric Eve, but I can't remember the last time I watched her stream. Do like supporting her though, because she does some incredible work. It was similar for me. Like I was around on Hobby Twitch for a long time, you know, and obviously, you know, like my whole story is more kind of personal reasons why I fell out with Hobby Twitch a little bit. But there are a bunch of people doing really good shit over there. Electric Eve is a great example of one. I guess for me personally, I sort of started to reach the point where the stuff that I was wanting to learn didn't really fit into the context of like what people do during streams. And a lot of the reason I consume content is to learn. So I sort of started to just reach out more into YouTube, and I think that's where I've sort of ended up with the preference for YouTube, is just that it finds more content that's kind of suited to what I'm after. Yeah, no, I know it basically is an army. Yeah, he has a bunch more stuff already that he's sort of started working on. But yeah, this is kind of, it is most of an army. You're quite right. I really like playing Custodes in Kill Team. I built a Custodes Kill Team back when I was doing that little project. I was doing a similar project to what I'm doing now with 40k, where I was kind of building a team of everything. A Custodes Kill Team is literally just 3 Custodian Guard. It's really funny. Like 2 Guardian Spears, 1 Sword and Board, and go. It's like there's no leader model of any kind, because obviously a shield captain is way too expensive. A shield captain is 105 points and you're allowed 100 points, so it's like you're not playing a shield captain then. Hammered Copper is a very nice VGC colour. It's basically the Balthazar. Oh, okay. I don't tend to use Balthazar very much anymore, because have I got it up here on my shelf? I'm a big fan of this old copper from Scale 75. It's a touch brighter than Balthazar, but man, it's nice. They're simple. If you're me, slap on gold, sepia wash, highlight with silver. Much simpler than this approach, but the contrast in this workup looks incredible. Thanks, dude. Yeah, like I'm all for simplifying stuff when you've got to paint a whole army of it, and you know, most of my armies have simplified colour schemes, and the ones that don't have simplified colour schemes are, funny enough, the ones that I'm not very far into getting painted. So, you know, I fully agree that if you are trying to get a huge number of these painted, you want to be doing exactly that kind of thing, like spray them gold, you know, bang a wash all over them, and then just pick out a few details. How many points would that actually get to? How many bikes is it? 1 captain and 3... No, 1 captain and 2 normal lads. Which I think he actually has more bikes. I think he plays 1 captain and 5 normal lads. I think he's got the other 3 already. He was here earlier, but I don't think he is now. Otherwise, he could answer these questions way more effectively than I could. He knows his army list better than me, funny enough. Shield Captain, 5 guard, 3 bike, 10 Alaris is 1405. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Vince would know. Vince plays Custodes. Well, I mean, Vince plays fucking everything. But Custodes, I know, are one of the armies that he really likes. Remember the jokes when the new Kill Team came out? Everyone joked that Custodes joining Kill Team would just be one model T-pose into assert dominance. It's almost true. I mean, it can be true. You know, you can get around 100 points out of one mini. Very lazy with Necrons. Usually just paint them lead belcher, dry brush Necron compound, and then null oil them. I really don't. Again, even with Necrons, I really don't think that is a bad approach. I mean, the only example I've got for my Necron colour scheme is this, which is how far I got into my monolith. But basically, the panel work is kind of done in this marble, and then the metal work is done in this copper, and then the glowy work is done in this blue. So it kind of, you know, it shows everything that is present on the Necron, even if this is not the ideal format to show it in. This colour scheme is going to suck over an entire army. And I'm going to own a lot of Necrons soon. I won an army from Alchemist Workshops, which is what this was part of. I've asked for Pariah Nexus for my birthday, which means I'm going to have the Pariah Nexus Necron bits. Then I've also subbed the Hatchet Monthly, which means I'm going to have the Necron army out of that. Like, I'm going to have a lot of Necrons to do. And honestly, I'm already starting to consider audibling that colour scheme, because I feel like I've just given myself too much work to do over a whole army. So, Shimmer, I really don't feel that what you're doing is lazy. I wouldn't call it laziness. I would call it expediency. I would call it efficiency. I wouldn't call it laziness, my friend. It's being practically minded as far as I'm concerned. I really want to have a bash at a night at some point. I want to do a bunch of freehand. There you go. There's Joe. Joe can tell you all you need to know. Yeah, it's really got me hyped too, actually. And do you know what? I'm someone who I try really hard with GW to like contain my hype, because the number of times I've let them hype me and then they've disappointed me. I try so hard to just kind of take things as they come and let things shake out and develop before I get excited. But this magazine has got me so excited because it's so ideal for someone like me. Like, I spend so much time painting other people's miniatures that I often don't even have time to really think about what I want to collect for myself. And I happen to just have most of a Necron army anyway, as I said, because I won one. And I collect Ultramarines, so things like Guilliman are ideal. It's just perfect for me. They'll just send me miniatures, and I can make content around it. I could do some sort of painting diary around it, like, you know, this is how many magazines have arrived, and this is how many magazines I've got painted through, or something. Like, I don't know. It's just a fucking land of opportunity for someone like me, and that really, really excites me. So it's nice to hear that other people are excited about it as well, actually. Did you order premium, Vince, or did you order standard? How are Scale 75 paints in terms of use? Like, how much thinning and what's the coverage? So there's quite a bit of Scale 75 on my palette at the moment from the last work that I did. Coverage is very low. In terms of thinning, this has been sat on a wet palette overnight, so it's much thinner than it would normally be, but as you can see, it's still pretty thick. It comes down to about the consistency of GW paint out of the pot after it's been stood on a wet palette overnight. But you know, in the first instance, it's pretty thick. In terms of coverage, like you can see, it's not like the GW red that this equates to, Mephiston red, would have almost completely obscured that in one go. it is pretty low coverage, but that does make it real good for glazing. That's kind of what I like to use scale for. It's also ultra matte, which again makes it good for blending, because matte paints are better than satin paints for blending, because the satin actually hides your blends. You can't see properly whether they're clean or not, and then you'll sort of catch it from the wrong angle and go, oh, I fucked that blend up. Great, I didn't see that. Let me catch up with chat here. I'm the one that is a whale. No, I ordered premium as well, and I genuinely do not think I'm a whale. I really, like, I feel like I'm really good at not buying GW stuff just because it's hype. In straight up terms of coverage, yeah, probably Mephiston. I don't think I know of anything better. I've never used anything better. Although what I would say is this stuff, Kador Red Base, if you find Mephiston a bit dull, the coverage is nearly as good on this, but it's way brighter, like way, way brighter when it dries. It's a little bit hard to see from the pot. But if you find that Mephiston is a bit dull, and you want something a bit brighter, there's very little coverage difference between this and Mephiston. It's very, very close. So, you know, I agree. Mephiston is always my go-to for whenever I need a coverage red. But I definitely think sometimes you want a touch brighter. Yeah, I do. That's kind of also what I was thinking, Vince. Is the the search engine optimization of including the magazine in video titles might also be a good thing. I definitely want to do some content around it either way, just because it'll be the thing that I'm working on. So I like to do content based on what I'm currently working on. I've had some good success with the Galatus. It's surprisingly potent when it gets aligned, but I got to say my favourite unit from the army is the Venatari. Yeah, you love the Venatari. You really seem to like the Venatari. I definitely agree that it's frustrating, Joe, about the mag being non-US at this stage. GW needs to kind of buck up their ideas when it comes to how they treat the US, I'll be honest. I have very little patience for how they treat their US and Australian customers. Just because, like, there are no good excuses for it. They had their best financial year ever in 2020, and they're still not looking at setting up domestic distribution in America or Australia. Like, they're still using overseas distribution. They need to set up a manufacturing plant in the USA and you know, ship out some of their guys from the UK to run it, because, you know, obviously there's always that kind of trust thing there when you take an operation overseas or whatever. But they need to set up a manufacturing plant in the USA, and that's been plainly obvious for probably like 10 years now. You know, the US market has been more than big enough to justify it, and they just won't do it. I don't know why. I do not know why they won't do it. Hey Ben, how you doing, mate? The Venatari fucking crushed me when we played Custodes v Ultras. Man, I was playing Firstborn. Was it? I think it was pre-2 wound, wasn't it, Joe? When we had that game, I'm pretty sure it was pre-2 wound. But they just fucking obliterated a tactical squad. It was embarrassing. Yeah, Vince, so entirely true. And it's like Bucket Boy says, you know, it really upsets the customer base so much because they know they're overpaying. Customers aren't stupid. Like, they know that they're paying like 30% more on everything, and it's just so fucking sad for them. And like, Exactly as you put it. The GW are knowingly just leaving money on the table. Like, why? Hello, Scott. How are you, my dude? It's nice to see you. Gun is phenomenal. 6 strength, minus 2 AP. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Right. Exactly, Mugs. Exactly. Just do a carbon copy of the facility they have in Nottingham. Do a carbon copy of it and move it to America. Put a bar in there. Put a gaming hall in there. Put a retail store in there for GW and Forge World, and put a manufacturing plant in there. You know, fucking Disneyland that shit. Build a Warhammer World USA. Yes, it will cost them millions. Of course, it will cost them millions, but they will make back. That facility would pay for itself in like fucking 5 years tops. I guarantee it. Things are very good, Scott. I've had my head down. I've been working on a commercial commission, so I've kind of not been able to make any content or anything during that time. I've just had my head down painting every day. But I finished it yesterday. I had to pull a 7-dayer in order to get it done, but I've been doing kind of short days anyway because I've had some hip pain. So unfortunately, hip pain is one of those things that makes sitting at a desk and concentrating kind of tricky. So yeah, I pulled a 7-dayer, got it finished, and it's just been picked up by the courier. Jen's just very kindly loaded the courier up for me. So now that that's off my desk, I sort of just wanted to come back and reconnect with everyone, see how they're doing, you know. Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, they could start out just with manufacturing. Of course they could. But, like, are you really telling me that you don't, you know, does anyone think for a second that a Warhammer World model wouldn't work in America? Like, a gaming hall, a shop, as a frontage to help pay for your distribution / manufacturing center. Because that's essentially that's why they turned Warhammer World into a shop. They didn't need to turn Warhammer World into something that was open to the public. They had no need to do it in the sense of retail locations, because they had at the time 2 shops in the Greater Nottingham area. They had a shop in Derby, they had a shop in Leicester, they have a shop in Lincoln. Like, they are covered all around the East Midlands. They do not need any additional help in the East Midlands. The reason they opened Warhammer World to the public is because it makes that site pay for itself so much quicker. Right? Do you think it might be? I don't know. You know, like, the bar is a franchise. It's Fuller's franchise. Bugman's 4X is what's it called when it's normally Fuller's? It's normally called Fuller's 3X, I think. But yeah, the bar is a Fuller's franchise bar that they've obviously just got to deal with to put their own branding over the top of it. But Fuller's supplies it. I imagine Fuller's probably helps with staffing it, you know, like training and stuff. So the investment there is minimal. You know, it's literally the fixtures, fittings, the room essentially. I don't know. I think it makes them a fucking packet. The bar probably doesn't on its own, but it's never empty. Like it's probably more full than a pub on an industrial estate should be. I've certainly never seen it empty, Vince, and I've been to Warhammer World at weird off-peak times, like weekday daytimes and shit like that. I got made redundant from a job once, and it was kind of during the height of my Warhammer play. It was around sort of 5th edition, when I was playing 40k like every day. Yeah, it serves food. Yeah, it serves food. And it's because I was out of work and my main rival was also out of work. He and I would go we'd go on like a fucking Tuesday at 1 in the afternoon. Do you know what I mean? And there would be like good solid foot traffic going through. I'm not saying it'd be rammed, but it'd be happening. And that's on a fucking Tuesday at 1 o'clock. I've never been on like the late evening, for example, that they stay open for. I've never been at like, I don't go at peak times normally because I'm not really very good with crowds. I don't really love crowds. And I've seen that place rammed, and I've never even been at like the busiest times. Yeah, Patron meetup day could be banging. That'd be really cool. It's like they slapped a themed spoons on it. It does. Yeah, no, exactly. Muggs is quite right. It is kind of just a themed franchise bar, essentially. It's not what people think it is. When I first went there, I had these like. Bear in mind, the first time I went there, I was probably about 12 or 13. But I had these like illusions in my head of like the bar staff dressed up in fantasy gear and role playing and stuff like that. Like I really thought it would be so much more of a thing than it is. It is essentially just, it's just a pub with Warhammer branded menus and decor, basically. I couldn't park outside my house once when I lived in Nottingham, so I drove to Warhammer World and waited there. Yeah, it's an interesting location. It's in an industrial estate in Lenton, near a timber merchant's, and it sort of just kind of creeps up on you when you approach it. Like, you don't really expect to find what you find there when you get there. And it's all a little bit sort of, you can tell that they've had to kind of make it work because they originally had no intention to open the site to the public when they first moved into it, sort of thing. But it's good, it's a cool place. Yeah, no worries, Vince. Before you go, Vince, I obviously am now way more free again. So our little tete-a-tete with me, you and Barry, we can make that happen now. I have a feeling your schedule's probably going to be the one that's hardest to fit it into. So if you want to like drop me a message or something, we can figure out how and when we're going to fit that in / make it work. But no, other than that, thanks for chilling, my dude. I will catch you in a stream, no doubt. I'll probably also be more active in your server again now. It's about 5 minutes from me. It's nice being close, isn't it? It is nice being close. I lived in San Diego, so it was like 12 minutes down the A52. Tabletop game bars? No, I do not. Apparently there aren't any in Israel. Shit. Okay, mate, yeah. I'll pop you a DM after this stream then, just so you've got a placeholder. Love how the tram goes right past it. Love seeing it every day. But I think I left Nottingham before the tram network went anywhere outside of the city centre. So I feel like I didn't actually know that was a thing. That's pretty cool. I'm just taking a quick look around these to see if I need to correct any mistakes before I move on to the next stage. I like to do a little sort of cursory once over around the miniature each time I'm about to move on past a section, to kind of tell me if that section is truly complete or if I need to sort of touch some bits up here and there. Super open for... Oh, well, that's fucking perfect, because the next week or two is when I want to kind of check off stuff like that anyway, so we'll get it figured out. There's no that'll also do some bartending in the future. That hurts. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I feel so fucking bad for nations that are like really under-catered to in non-mainstream hobbies. Like, but then, you know, I mean, I've obviously just answered the problem right there. Like, they're non-mainstream hobbies. That's, you know, that's why not everywhere is well catered to. But it makes me feel guilty because we're so well catered to, if that makes sense. I definitely need to make a pilgrimage. Felix, you should do it. It's really good fun. It's also like still pretty near where I live, so if you are making a pilgrimage, there's a reasonable opportunity that I'd be able to come and meet you. Do you know what, Crystal? I honestly, I don't sweat like drilling into stuff and cutting stuff and things like that. I don't know why. There's just, I don't have that part of my brain that like triggers and goes, oh fuck, you might be just. I think I do know why. I think it's from altering magic cards, because I've got to the point now where I've like painted on power and stuff like that. You know, I've painted over magic cards that are worth like over $1,000. And so I think I've kind of reached the point now where I just don't have that fear because of that. But at the same time, like, I definitely understand why it's scary. Like, oh, if I fuck this up, I really can't afford to replace it. It's especially tricky with collectible stuff. I kind of got like that when I was restoring my Amiga, which now just sits on a shelf fucking unused because I'm an idiot. I actually considered giving it away, but I don't know anyone that's as interested in Amiga as I am. Which is a shame, because I think it's kind of the golden age of 16-bit gaming, personally, but... I've been looking at painting some black armor. What's your advice for highlighting it? Do you highlight via airbrush? There's a bunch of ways you can tackle it, Pete, I'll be honest. Like, it really depends on what you want to do visually. For example, this guy, I've mostly edge highlighted, right? And then just a few kind of blended panel highlights done by the brush here and there. But it's mostly edge highlights. And the reason I did mostly edge highlights on this is because you've got all this like really volumetric gold going on, and I didn't want to confuse that. You know, when you've got all this like super volumetric gold and silver all happening all over the place, doing the same thing with the black would probably take away from that quite a bit. So with this guy, it kind of felt prudent to keep the armor quite simple. So this is almost GW-y in approach. You know, it's mostly just edge highlights with just the odd bit of volumetric work here and there. Mainly like here, for example. So that's kind of one way you can look at it. What I did with these Custodes was actually just did some oil blending. So what you do is you just do really rough volumetric highlights, and then you put a black oil wash over them and blend the black oil wash down in order to make them look smoother. But this does give you quite dark highlights, and the reason I'm okay with having quite dark highlights here is because I'm going to have a bunch of fucking gold on it, so I don't mind the highlights being dark. Or I would probably say, like, the most kind of high impact, and I don't have an example to show you. I'm looking around what minis are near me to see if I have an example, and I just don't. But the most kind of high impact way you can go with it generally would be to just go like full blended volumes all over the miniature. And if you were going to do that, I would probably grab yourself a bottle of either Bearing Blue from Scale 75 or... Where are you, friend? 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 Where the fuck is it? Is that it? No, that's black. Have I dropped it? Is it like down on my floor somewhere? There's a paint from Reaper Master Series called Heather Blue. It's actually like my go-to Space Wolves paint, and for some reason I seem to have lost my bottle. I found it. Yeah, Heather Blue. from Reaper or Bearing Blue from Scale Colour. These two paints are both really, really nice to just mix with black and build up highlights. So if I'm ever doing like full volumetric black, this is usually what I use, one of these two. This one's easier to blend, so I tend to use this one more when I'm trying to sort of deliberately do texture, whereas I use this one when I want more smoothness. But those are kind of the go-tos. Just start with black and just keep mixing more and more and more of this in and just building up highlights. That's kind of, you know, the short story. Right, let me catch up with chat here. Sorry, folks. The issue is not being allowed to drive. Supposedly I'll fall asleep because I forgot about your condition. I can definitely see why that's an issue, Felix. That said, Nottingham's public transport links are very good. You could easily get a train into Nottingham city centre, and then either the tram or a taxi would have you at Warhammer World in about 5 minutes. It's really not very far. Yeah, taking them in a blue direction tends to be the easiest way to go. It just tends to be the easiest to make work, Pete, to be honest with you. Not necessarily the only way you can do it. But yeah, exactly as Mug says, it just tends to read better if you sort of go into those kind of blue tones. So I use a blue-grey just because it's the easiest way to kind of run through those tones. Actually worked briefly in Nottingham through college. Restaurant Bistro Sinatra's just off the main square. Oh yeah. It was a Europass language loaded thing. Okay. Non-English speaker proving they could work in an English-speaking workplace. That's very cool. Yeah, you'd probably want to hire a car if you were going to be moving around a lot. If you had like a bunch of people to visit. Have you ever tried using watercolors? Similar to Scale 75 with the gel, but the blends for an airbrush are gorgeous. Best purples I've used for Emperor Children, considering expanding my range. Do you know what? I've not tried watercolors, and I want to try watercolors. I've seen a few people try them, and I'm kind of interested in just giving them a once-over. But I gotta be honest, I love experimenting, but I'm starting to get really kind of locked in now to like what my favourites are. And it's not like, that's not me saying I'm never going to experiment. That's me saying I tend to be far less inclined to experiment at the moment, which is probably why I'm locking into like favourites. Once I get back into kind of explory brain mode, that's probably going to be one of the first things I check out. Hello, Christine. It's nice to see you. How are you doing today? GW cotton onto this recently. You'll notice a difference in the old black and new black models on the site, whether it's grey or blue highlights. Yeah. For large freehand straight lines, honestly, I'll show you what I do for large freehand straight lines. The key is getting the piece set and working in sections. So you start off thinner than you need so that you can kind of sketch. And then you refine your sketch. And then if you make any like little errors that you're not happy with, you correct. Personally, and this is a personal thing, but I don't like tapes. No matter how good you are, and if anyone tells you otherwise, they are lying to you, because this is not something that just comes from me. The magic altars that I do, tape was like a big point of contention in the magic altering community for quite a long time, and a bunch of people have done a lot of research on this. It doesn't matter how good you are, by the time you've got solid colour next to tape, it will form a ridgeline that you can feel. Now, on a miniature, you might be okay with that, but on a magic card, obviously, it's completely unacceptable. You can't have a like ridgeline that you can feel. It's just not okay. And so Because of that, it was really extensively tested by the magic altering community, and no one could find a brand of tape or paint or technique combination. No one managed to find anything that didn't leave lines. Now, if you're okay with that on a miniature, then obviously that's fine. Just use it. That's no problem. But for me personally, because I've now kind of got into that mindset of tape bad, that sort of encouraged me to develop my freehand skills. And I think that's actually a good thing in the long run, right? Like, we want to develop our skills, yeah? Those of us that are journeying through painting and wanting to improve, if you want to get better, you've got to practice your skills, right? So I'd much rather be bad at freehand and practice it and get better at it than try to use a product that takes the skill out of it but damages the quality of the overall look. But it's a personal choice, and it's always got to be a personal choice. So, you know, it's not something that I can tell you what's the right way to do it, but that's why I personally do it by hand. That's why, for me, hand is better. Monday anxiety brain, regrettably. Oh no. I got 2 models completed this weekend. I'll be getting some more docs sprayed up at lunch. Ooh. Yeah, I saw your post about kind of not digging working from home. And like, I get it. Jen has days where she finds working from home tough. So I know where you're coming from. I've had the conversation a number of times, and it's not the easiest thing in the world. You're not wrong to feel that way. But I am sorry that you're having a bit of a rough Monday. Hopefully, once you start getting those minis sprayed, you'll have your mind off it for long enough to be able to just kind of reset and feel a little bit better with any luck. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Fucking everything gives me anxiety at the moment. Started a project to restore some of the previous Chaos Marine sculpts coupled with some Metal Chaos Dreadnought and Demon Prince. Really fun bringing old models back to life. I'm a huge fan of that. Huge fan of that. I love restoring stuff. I really like, finding an eBay bargain and fixing it up. That's something that I take a great deal of pleasure in. So I am with you 100% on that one. That's a cool project. Hopefully we'll see a lot of it on social media. So I try to make sure that I'm following the majority of people that follow me. What I tend to do is, if somebody follows me on Twitter, I'll have a quick scan of their account, and obviously can't always do this. Sometimes time doesn't permit, but I'll have a quick scan of their account and just check the kind of stuff that they post. There are a lot of people that just retweet stuff on Twitter, and I don't follow those people. And the reason I don't follow those people is because I'm probably already following the people that they're retweeting. So what it does is just makes my feed overly busy with stuff that I already have seen. But typically, like, if anybody is posting kind of original hobby content, I'll usually give them a follow back on the tweet. I try to make a point of doing so because, it's courteous. Obviously, if I see anything problematic in their posting, then that follow gets revoked. But I try to make sure that I'm following those that are following me, because I think that's only fair. I have a day off and I'm stressing about wasting it. You're off on a Monday? That's a lovely day to be off. Bumble squig. At the end of the day, right, if you end up spending it doing anything that you find fun or relaxing, you've not wasted it. I get that same anxiety. In fact, I was feeling that yesterday. Because after work, after I'd finished working, I was just kind of a little bit worn out. I think, you know, some of it was kind of come down from realising that commission was done. But I just sort of flopped on the sofa and didn't really move off it for the rest of the day. And I definitely felt like, oh, this is, you know, it's a bit shit. It's Sunday. Hey, Ren, how you doing, bud? I'm going to paint after work, but I've been looking at this gorgeous Seraphim warband and thinking colour schemes. Thinking colour schemes is never a bad thing. You've got Monday and Tuesday. Damn. You've done alright. You have done alright. Fraser, my good friend. Hello, how are you? Are you well? I still haven't checked out that anime site that you linkied me. I still need to get around to that. I'm so shit at following through on things like links that people send me. Alright, golden boys. I think it's time to get some agrax on them. I love reminding folks that nothing is good for you. People fly around the world and curl up and read a book. Reading on your sofa windowsill is no less valid. Yeah, yeah. Doing nothing is good for you. It's true. Not bad. Stuff with bloody meat in. Oh, God. Yeah, I think Mondays are quite similar for Jen, and like every time I walk into the lounge and I sort of, you know, want to give her a quick cuddle or ask her how her day's going or whatever, and I'm just like scared, like scared to approach her because I know that she's probably just sick of meetings. Not ideal, but it is what it is. Things are okay with me. I've just come to the end of a very big scary job that sort of kept me locked away from being able to talk to people and stuff, so it's nice to just be back and being able to interact with people and chat. To be honest, I didn't ask for the days, but I had 7 days I couldn't use because of staff issues. She gave me these and the rest will carry to next year. That's pretty reasonable. That's pretty reasonable. Sometimes you do just have to sometimes you have to just take a bit, like it's not always practical for the company to just let you carry over everything that you're owed, is it? Take a few mins for a break and start reading the first Beckwin book. Just finished the Ravna trilogy. Mate, I just finished Pariah last night. The end, I just, fuck it, mate. The last, like, basically just the end of the last chapter, there are two things that are revealed, two plot devices that are revealed. And it's fucked up. You won't be ready. You will not be ready. I guarantee you. And you are more than welcome to froth at me in the DMs once you've read it. When is the secret commission revealed? I predict, I can't say this with any certainty, but I predict it'll be around April. Because around April is when the project goes on to Kickstarter. But I can't say when in April, because I don't know. That's part of their production schedule. But I imagine that the Kickstarter is the main thing that they want pictures of painted minis for, because, you know, that's sort of going to be people's first look at them. So yeah, my best guess is April-ish. That's as good as I can give you, Chris. Oh God, it's you. He's back. Yeah, I'm back. You're not in charge anymore, mate, I'm afraid. I'm back in the driving seat. I don't know. I honestly don't even know like what order I'm planning to catch up on everything with at the minute. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this week of catching up with stuff. I already heard one of the big leaks. Which one? The one beginning with C or the one beginning with A? My next time off is from Good Friday till the following Monday. Me and husband Paul have some time off together. Oh, that's nice. That's super nice. Yeah, there's a commission for a games publisher for a new game that they're releasing. And I can't even say what the game is. I'm literally not allowed to say anything at this stage. Like, I have to be so minimal with the information. But I got to paint the miniatures for it. And, you know, that's a fucking huge honour to be asked to, you know, paint the miniatures that will be people's first impression of the game. That's incredible. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what people's reaction is once I can talk about it. I'm excited to see the finished product. The finished product is based on something that I quite like, so you know, so that's pretty exciting in and of itself. There's a lot about it to be hype over. CNA, I thought they went bust. CNA? What are you talking about, Renfield? Are you making dad puns? Oh, yeah, yeah. I now understand what you were talking about. I'm being slow. The one beginning with C. Oh, yeah, that's not even the worst one. That's not even the worst one. It's the one beginning with A that's the real shocker. The one beginning with C is like kind of expected. You know, it's cool to learn that character is still in play, but it's not super surprising that character is still in play. The one with A, like, literally woke me back up. I was almost asleep, and it almost woke me back up. That's how mental it is. I think Kickstarter is a good way to put out miniatures if they're digital files for 3D printing. That's not what this is. It's a board game. So Kickstarter is kind of... but I don't necessarily disagree. I don't necessarily disagree. If it's 3D files for printing, then I think it probably depends on whether you intend to sort of keep continuing to provide a collection over time, or whether you're just making sort of one set for a one-off. If it's one set for a one-off, then I don't think Kickstarter is remotely a problem. But if you intend to continue releasing stuff over time for people, then yeah, I think Patreon is definitely the better way to go. Patreon is designed for subscriptions, you know, that's the whole point of it. Yeah, exactly. C was not a surprise for me. It was a, oh, that's fucking cool. Do you know what I mean? It was like a, oh sweet, I'm really glad that character's still in play, because there's definitely more room to explore what that's all about, and given the events of the Magos, there's probably like some kind of new perspective going on from that angle. When you get to the revelation that I'm talking about, you're going to shit. You're going to do an actual shit. Good morning, groovy people. How are we all? Pretty good. Pretty good. Morning from SC. Is that South Carolina? SC? How are the Carolinas, if it is? If not, then where is it? It is South Carolina. Nice. How is it over there? Oh, sick. I am a fan of a gaming table. I can't wait till I've got enough space for a gaming table. That's exciting. I bet you're really looking forward to being able to have people around to play on it. I think that's kind of funny enough. One of the biggest excitements about having a gaming table right now for me, I've only got a 4x4 because our flat just isn't big enough to deploy a 6x4 anywhere. So I've only got a 4x4. But one of the biggest excitements about having a gaming table right now is the idea that at the point that you're able to use it again, like lockdown will finally be over. Just kind of, looking forward to that is pretty significant. It's like, for where I live, it's been fucking shit because we've just basically been in lockdown the whole time. We've not really had much of a chance to not be in lockdown. Just finished the first Ghosts book and I'm about to read the third Eisenhorn. No. The best reading order. The best reading order would be to do Eisenhorn 1, 2, and 3. Then obviously Eisenhorn 4 comes with all the collected short stories. You could split that out and get a more elaborate reading order from it. But the easiest way to tackle the reading order would be to do Eisenhorn 1, 2, 3, and 4, then do the short stories from Eisenhorn 4, even though some of them are going to therefore be taking you back in time. It's just an easy way to avoid any spoilers. Then do Ravener 1, 2, and 3. And then do Beckwin 1. And obviously if you've got Beckwin 2, then do Beckwin 2. So instantly you're going to be very suspicious. But it's not a spoiler. It's kind of plainly obvious very quickly. Beckwin is the most recent chronologically in the in-universe timeline. Now, if you know the events of Eisenhorn, you'll know why that's very sus. You'll know why that's instantly suspicious. So if you've already read Eisenhorn 1, 2, and 3, then telling you that Beckwin is the most recent in the timeline is going to instantly make your ears raise. But there's a lot of required knowledge to fully understand what's going on in Beckwin that comes from the Ravener series. So I would say you could read Beckwin without having read Ravener, but you'll probably find Beckwin very confusing Not confusing, but you'll like feel an absence of knowledge. You'll feel like the book is talking about stuff that you don't know. Eisenhorn 4 is the Magos. You've got Hereticus, Malleus, Xenos, and then the Magos. I reminds me I need to finish the Ravner Omnibus. The Ravner Omnibus is fucking great. I was so convinced that Gaunt's Ghost was my favourite Warhammer series and that nothing could ever beat it. And it's still like, I love it so much. Gaunt's Ghosts is incredible. But now that I've got this far through the Eisenhorn Ravener series, or Ravenhorn as I like to call it, it's my new favourite. It's just the depth of storytelling, and the sort of window into the reality of the universe of the Warhammer universe is just amazing. It's the most I've ever felt like the Warhammer universe was a plausible thing, if that makes sense. Just unreal. Working during all this that's been going on has sucked, hasn't it just? Hasn't it just? I'm kind of tired of it now. Magos is good. Magos is really good. It leaps forward in time a little bit again. Not by a ton. But it does jump forward in time a little bit. So the short stories contain 2 preamble stories that introduce one of the new characters from the Magos. Which is why I say, strictly speaking, the reading order is a bit more complex than just read the short stories after 4. But you know, for the sake of simplicity, you won't not understand that character if you haven't read their short stories first. So I always say read the short stories after. And I really wish that the short stories were actually after the main novel in the audio, because I listen to all mine. I don't physically read them, and the short stories are placed before the main book in the audio, for obvious reasons, because there is some prerequisite knowledge in them. So like, I get why they do it, but I totally found myself just wishing that they were after, because the setup stuff for Ravener is so what actually happened was I listened to all the short stories, and the setup stuff for Ravener was so intriguing that I almost considered not reading or not listening to the novel and actually diverting and listening to Ravener first. I'm glad I chose not to do that, because that would have really broken the order up. It is a Custodian, correct. Yeah, Magos on your tablet. It's great. It's yeah, it's like there's a bunch of interesting stuff goes on between the end of Ravener and Beckwin as well. Between the end of Ravener and the start of Beckwin, there's like a bunch of interesting shit that goes on, and you don't even find out about that until halfway through Beckwin. It might even be more than halfway, but there's just fucking so many layers to those stories at this point, and I kind of love it. Like, if Abnett doesn't regularly DM a roleplay group, he fucking should start, because his players would be the happiest players in the world. He's just so good at world building. Oh, bless you, TKs. Wasn't sure if I had the EPUB or not. Yeah, I really can't get over how amazing Ravenhorn has been. And I'll be honest, when I first discovered that there were Beckwin books, I was kind of a little bit disappointed because I was like, oh, so instead of any new story, we're just getting a bunch of flashback stuff. Because if you've read Eisenhorn, that would be the natural conclusion you would come to, is that it's just going to be flashback stuff. Realizing how they'd managed to advance the timeline whilst centering on that character is kind of mental. Kind of mental. Like, I'm really impressed. Really, really impressed. One of these, the back of the pommel of his sword wasn't fully painted. Yeah, I thought so. Shit you miss. There we go. There we go. Take care, Crystal. Thanks for hanging out. I met Abnett. He's a sweetie. He's so busy, though. He hasn't been able to write much 40k of late because Marvel needed him on NCU because Guardians of the Galaxy is his baby. I didn't know that. Rogue is so good. Rogue's the last one I finished before I started Beckwin. Yeah, fucking Orfeo Calzane. What a character. What a character. Orfeo Calzane was more interesting than Moloch, to be honest. For me personally. What a fucked up little puppy. That's another character who I'm not sure if the series is done with either. There's a character made reference to in Beckwin, Orpheus, and I sort of can't help but wonder in the back of my head if that is Orfeo. I don't know. I'm not that far in to know. You certainly don't find out in Beckwin 1, and I'm only about half an hour into Beckwin 2. So, I don't know. But I will say that, you know, the names are obviously very similar, and that sparks suspicion. But Orfeo Calzane was one of the characters that I found really interesting in Rogue. His sort of absolute assuredness that his plans are going to come to fruition, and he just never really gets proven wrong at any point, and that's really interesting to me. He seems to always be one step ahead of everyone, including Ravana, and that's kind of crazy. And even when Ravana catches him off guard or surprises him, he's still kind of ready for it, and he still has an answer for it. That to me is a really interesting character, because, you know, someone who sort of comes off as that infallible, when they eventually fall, you know it's going to be fucking catastrophic, right? Heavy metal or plastic love? What do you prefer to paint? I prefer to paint plastic. Honestly, metal. The main reason I kind of don't get on with metal is just treating it with kid gloves after you finish painting it, so that it doesn't chip. Like, obviously, you know, varnishes help, and just being careful helps. But truth be told, plastic kits are just so good these days. They're just so great these days. There's very little to not like about them anymore. Like, it used to be a case, maybe, you know, in the 90s, we perhaps were a little less keen on plastic, because it just didn't have the level of detail that metals could achieve. But that just isn't true anymore. You know, plastics are the most detailed kits now. And if the only reason we ever really were low on plastic was because of the perception that metal held detail better, then we just don't really have any We don't have any reason to not prefer plastic now. I'm of the controversial opinion that Ravener is a better character than Eisenhorn. I am of the same opinion. I agree with you. Ravener is what made me fall in love with that series. All the way through reading the Eisenhorn books, I liked the series. But Ravener is what made me love the series. And interestingly enough, my favourite characters are Harlan Nail and Kara Swole. Neither Ravener or Eisenhorn like really make me root for them, but the normal humans around them that are kind of trying to help them with their goals, those are the people who really make me like root for them, who really get me on their side. I also really liked Ravener's interrogator, Carl Thonius. I really liked Carl Thonius as well. I thought he was a great character. They did some really good character development work with him through Rogue, and it was really interesting kind of seeing him so scared and kind of completely unable to reach out for help. That was very cool. It's just really good quality character work. So next, I've got to move on to doing some silvers. I'm going to start getting out the dark aluminium and getting the silvers all blocked in. But I need to let all of that Agrax that I've just hammered all over everything dry. So I'm going to put the lid on my wet palette. I'm going to go and make myself another cup of coffee, folks. And then once I have a fresh coffee in hand, hopefully that Agrax will be dry. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, friends. There we go. That's the scene. Trying to remember which scene I'm supposed to be on. Yeah, so this Agrex still hasn't quite dried, so I don't want to hairdryer it. When it comes to metallics, I don't really like hairdrying it because it can sort of push it out of some of the areas where you actually want it settled. So we'll just sort of sit and chat for a few minutes while this Agrex continues to dry, and then we'll start doing some dark aluminium. So I'll catch up with chat. Actually, hang on, I'll be right back again because I've actually forgotten something. Right, and I'm back again. There we go. There we go. Right, okay. Let me catch up with chat now. Been awake for over 24 hours, so I need to head off to bed. No worries to you guys. Have a good sleep. How do you like to thin your one coat matte black? I'm not getting a great finish to mine. I use this stuff, the Scale Artist Art Black, and I just add a couple of dabs of water to it. I don't do anything special. I mean, I use it on a wet palette, but I don't feel like I do anything special to it. It's kind of super easy to. I don't know. Maybe I'd need to see. I'd maybe need to see like photos of the results you're getting, David. Because it might not be related to the thinning. There might be something else going on there. ADB wrote a post rather than a trilogy story about Zale. Oh, no way. He did? He did? No way. Zale becomes a Grey Knight? That's sick. That's fucking sick. That's a really cool story. It does, yeah. All of the Scale Artist range taste really nice, which is kind of upsetting. Like, I feel like there's something deliberate in there to make them taste nice, because normal mainline Scale 75 tastes really bad. And I can't help but wonder if they had complaints about the taste of the paint and just decided to, like, add something to it to make it taste better. Because it just seems so weirdly coincidental that a bunch of people were moaning about how Scale 75 paints taste, and then suddenly Scale 75's new range tastes a lot better, like as if they added something in there just for flavor. He's one of the few Grey Knights who remembers their past. Interesting. Never, Mossy. Never. Oh, that's really interesting. Exactly. Exactly. MFA's got it in one. You have to consume the paint to become close to the paint, and only by becoming close to the paint can you ever truly understand the paint. That's the thing. That's the thing. Sometimes I'll just get a tube of like Scale 75 Heavy Body Red and just use it as ketchup. You know, I just like squirt some onto the side of my plate and dip chips in it. It's fucking great. It's real good. Real good. Yellow as mustard. Brown as chocolate pudding. You can just, yeah, you can just use paint as condiments. It's great. It's a good way to live. It's actually probably exactly not a good way to live, so don't do it. Yeah, man, that was super cool. I didn't know if it would actually work for streams. I figured, you know, it makes sense that it works for videos, but I didn't actually realise it would work for streams. It saved me posting it in the Discord. I realised it had worked by going into the Discord to post the stream. So that was pretty sweet. I need to figure out what sort of bottage I can integrate into YouTube chat now. That's probably the next thing. Really not sure what's going to be the best way of handling that. Really not sure. Because Streamlabs and YouTube are still not like... They're still not like fully integrated into each other. Hey, Chris. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Mossy was just telling people off for eating paint and we were rebelling against him. Ever since he got power in the Discord, he's become a bit of a tyrant, you know. So we have to remind him of his place every now and again. Kick him back in order. Yeah, I'll tackle that afterwards. I think we're almost ready to start silvers on these now. There's actually not tons of silver on them, to be honest. It should be fairly quick doing the silvers. These are high tabletop as well, so it's not like I have to do, you know. Bot, very helpful nudge to join stream. Sick. That's good to know. That's good to know. I thought probably the best way to sort of come back after a lengthy absence was to do a stream, because more than anything, I just sort of wanted to be able to kind of catch up with everyone, just have a chat, hang out. I wasn't going to go straight back into video editing today anyway, because I've got time to get some editing done tomorrow. Wednesday I'm going to release the Sigvold video, so I'll edit that together tomorrow. But yeah, I thought the main thing I wanted to do, the main sort of important thing that I wanted to do, was actually sort of socially catch up first of all, before taking care of work catching up. That kind of felt more important. So I figured instead of sort of rushing straight on to getting a video out, I should, you know, probably do a stream first, and that would be a good opportunity to, you know, just have a natter, see what everyone's been up to while I've been on the sort of down low. Done the metallics on my obliterators, and boss spent way too long trying to spell obliterators and still can't figure it out. I fucking love the ambliterators. Is that what people call them? The ambot obliterators. I've actually considered. I've got a box of Centurion Devastators that I've considered doing up as, or trying to figure a nice way of doing up as obliterators for my word bearers. I feel like I want some obliterators, but I don't know if I want the normal obliterators models. And my word bearers are there's a lot of because I wanted those that have the gifts to stand out in the word bearers. I've also contrasted that with a lot of completely ungifted Chaos Space Marines. So like all my tactical Marines, for example, are literally just Mark III Marines. They have no additional augmentation of any kind, no demonic presence in the sculpts. And so I feel like I could maybe get away with just doing plain Centurions as word bearers, and those would be my obliterators, and that would be fine. Because they're the same base size as an obliterator, they're the same sort of footprint, you know, there's very little difference between a Centurion and an obliterator. But I'm not 100% sure how that will look. Like, it might be good, maybe. I don't really know. I'm not sure. I'm just looking over at my word bearers now and just sort of seeing what I've got. I need to, I definitely need to figure out if I want to add anything else to them, because they were pretty much bang on 2k points, slightly over maybe, but I kind of want to just keep collecting and adding more units to them now. I don't know, we'll see. Loads of people are off at the moment. This is really cool. Why are so many people off at the moment? Yeah, it'll be out on Wednesday, yeah. I'm going to get it edited. I've got all the down cam footage shot for it. The face cam footage will only take me about 10 minutes to shoot. Give or take a bit of time to retake if I fuck anything up. So I'll be spending probably about half of tomorrow editing it together. Get a few thumbnails and shit done. And then, yeah, be ready to come out. I'm looking forward to that Sigvold video actually, because I haven't really painted recently much that's kind of trendy. I've been doing a lot of just painting sort of what I want to paint recently. Question is, do your word bearers preach the holy colours of teal and pink? Sadly, they don't. They really don't. Bless them. There's bits of teal in them. I've used bits of. There's a really nice combination of boreal green and alien goo that kind of appears on a few areas, but no, for the most part, looking at them, for the most part, they are relatively untouched. On the teal and pinks, on the pink and teals. Yeah, Eos has a way of doing that. I find Eos is very good at making you go, "Ooh, that makes me want to collect Eos." It's a magical ability of Eos to drag people in. Okay. Dark Aluminium, work your magic. So yeah, these Custodes fucking bolter swords, they are so impractical. New mic is arriving? Yeah, what are you going for? That's my question too. What you going for? The Vallejo metal colours are very, very thin. Very, very thin. But the pigment is quite heavy. They use a natural aluminium, so it sinks. Because the medium is so thin, it sinks. So you do need to shake the living bollocks off of them just to make sure the pigment is well distributed. Otherwise, you'll definitely get issues. They're amazing paints though. The silvers at least. The golds are not really my cup of tea. But the silvers are incredible. Getting to that point of day again where the sun is starting to be troublesome. That's a bit concerning. You see this track of... I do Shadowkeeper scheme, but I like the gold too much on my infantry and bikes, so I do Shadowkeeper scheme on my dreads. Do you know what? I don't actually know really that much about what the Custodes different chapters or whatever they are called. Like this color scheme, I don't really know. I think it's kind of based on one of the existing ones. Obviously, it's not my color scheme; it's my customer's color scheme. I think it's kind of based on one of the existing ones, but sort of riffed off of it. But I like the idea of seeing Custodes not just one colour. That's kind of what drew me to this colour scheme, not just seeing the armour all being just one uniform colour. I think it's something that Pleasant Kenobi was saying earlier while he was here, like, you know, for a lot of people, Custodes are just spray gold, attack with wash, maybe like dry brush or pick out some highlights or whatever. That's, you know... That's kind of as far as it goes. But that's definitely not all they can be. And it is quite nice to see them, you know, sometimes not being just that. Even as much as I definitely appreciate that keeping a really simple approach to them is definitely a good idea if you're painting a whole army of them. Oh, you got an SM27? Nice. That's a really good choice. Sure, are kind of the industry standard for vocal recording, so you will have a good time. It's interesting to me, actually. I've not played in bands for a long time. Back when I used to play in bands, like every studio I ever went to always ran Shure. That was the go-to because, as I say, it was the industry standard for vocal recording. So every studio I ever went to ran Shure, usually SM58s mostly, 57s, 58s. And they just kind of became used to that being the norm. And yet, so obviously that, you know, like I said, I haven't played in bands for many, many years. And then the next time audio kind of became relevant to me was for, you know, video recording setup. And it always surprised me how few people I saw using Shure. I never really quite understood why. So few people seem to use Shure in the world of like YouTubing and podcasting and streaming and stuff like that. Like content creators just don't seem to be very switched on to them. I see a lot of AKG, which is what I use. I see a lot of Rode. I see a lot of these sort of you know, streamer brands that are supposedly specifically developed for the job. It's interesting to me that I don't see a lot of Shaw. Yeah, white armored anything makes me happy. My Tau are white. I play Viola Tau. Despite the fact that they weren't even good at any point. I play Viola just because I really like the colour scheme. Just white with like the occasional flash of red or grey. Really appeals to me. Isn't a Custodes whole army only like 10 models? Nah. I mean, we worked, again, Vince, when he was here earlier, worked this out. This section of commission that I'm painting is 18 models, and it's 1,400 points. So, you know, a full 2K army is probably going to be around sort of 20 to 25 models, depending on what you're actually choosing. So it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty good in that sense. Like, you know, if you don't want to paint too many miniatures for your army, then Custodes are a good army for that. And you know, they're a pretty decent army as well. Like they can be outplayed on the objective game fairly well by a competent player, just because they don't have enough models to cover the entire board sometimes. You know, depending on what's going on. But the slightly smaller board has definitely helped them with that. Although I will say, this is a talking point for me. A lot of people like to talk about how the smaller board size really helps a lot of armies, and how it's like had a dramatic change on the way the game plays. I don't think that's as true as people want it to be. I think that's one of those things where people really want it to be more significant than it is. The board only actually got a few inches smaller. Like, I think the board lost 5 inches on width and like 5 inches on length and like 2 or 3 inches on width. The board didn't actually get that much smaller. It got sort of just not enough smaller that movement-based stuff isn't really happening a turn earlier in most cases. The vast majority of movement-based stuff is still happening in the same sort of time scale that it normally would. Without the consideration of the board size. But what has changed and has accelerated things is that a lot of the objectives people are playing now, or a lot of the missions, that people are playing now, the deployment zones put the armies closer together, not the board size. And I think one of the major changes in 9th edition is actually that Maelstrom of War is not the most popular way to play at the moment. In 8th, Maelstrom was like how everyone played. And that's not how everyone plays 9th. And I think that that's actually having more of an effect. Like, the mission structure is actually what's having more of an effect on how the games are playing out than the table size remotely does. But for some reason, table size just is like an eternal talking point that doesn't seem to go away. And I don't think it quite adds up. It seems very strange to me that people think that's a more significant change than mission structure, when mission structure is like radically changed between the two editions. So obviously the thing with Maelstrom is that you receive your objectives randomly from a predetermined pool, and that means that you have far less control the game plan. You have to. So one of the reasons I really liked Maelstrom is that Maelstrom kind of forced you to not play super focused lists. You had to play lists that could do a bit of everything. It was one of the things that I always really loved about it, but it was that it encouraged you to build more representative armies. Because things could just change at a moment's notice, and so you couldn't build these like hyper-focused armies as much. Dan, at the moment it's just Retributor armor with Agrax. Yeah, there will be more going on a little further down the line, but I want to get the silvers done first. So yeah, for now it's just Agrax over Retributor. But yeah, like Maelstrom was really great at forcing people to play these kind of broad-ranged reactive lists that could do a lot of different things. And it was also really good at not punishing you for losing a certain part of your army. You know, like if your heavy support all got focused down in the first turn or two, it wouldn't just put you out of certain games. Whereas, you know, like currently, if there are sort of really high toughness units just camping on certain objectives, and you lose all of your high strength or high AP firepower, you're very unlikely to win that game if you can't shift those units. That never used to be a thing as much, because you'd draw secure objective 2 on one turn, you'd move your unit to objective 2, you'd secure it, and then you might draw like secure objective 6, which is on the other side of the fucking board, and suddenly that unit, you know, that unit isn't playing an active role in your point scoring. And that's kind of what the big difference was with Maelstrom, was that it wasn't the same units playing an active role in your point scoring for the whole game. It was whatever unit was most able to try and stitch together a reaction to the cards. And it made for games with a lot more swing, a lot more back and forth, a lot more... You were more able to kind of pull a comeback out of your ass. Which seems to be something that the way people are playing 9th isn't as stable with. Like, 9th seems to be a bit more decisive. You kind of... If you have a good turn 1 and 2, you're very likely to be able to carry that. Like, obviously, in any dice-based game, any game with randomization, like, shit can go wrong. I'm not saying that that's how it always plays out. That would be ridiculous. But it's just interesting to me. It's interesting to me that the table size seems to be the thing that everyone's focused in on, when I actually think it's the way it's the way that we're playing this edition as against how we played the previous edition. Because people are starting to experiment with Maelstrom in 9th again now. I know certainly on Tabletop Tactics we're seeing, or I've been seeing, videos coming up where they're playing Maelstrom. And I think, obviously, because a lot of people got into 40k through 9th edition, because a lot of people got into 40k because of lockdown, there are a whole bunch of people out there that maybe don't know any different, that don't realise that Maelstrom was actually the main way to play the game in the last edition. You know, that was how most people did it. Yeah, Chris, that's sort of how it comes off to be as well. It feels like pre-game carries a lot more weight than during the game. Which is not to say, like, that's not to say that you win or lose in the pre-game. Obviously, that's ridiculous. But pre-game seems to matter a lot more now than it used to, and that, to me, takes something away. I feel like you lose something there. See, stratagems and command points I actually really strongly favour Havoc, and the reason I really strongly favour them is because they give you a mechanism through which you can smooth out variance a little bit by using resource management. And that's important in chance games. In the same way that, like, you know, in Magic the Gathering you can draw cards. to help you smooth out variance. You can spend a card to draw multiple cards in order to help you smooth out variance. And so I think systems that enable you to have some control over variance in order to be able to ensure that tactical play matters, I think that's important, because without it, it really does tend to push you into a corner of whoever has the luckiest dice rolls wins, and that shouldn't be how tactical games are played. That's pure chance, that's casino games essentially, which is not what Warhammer is supposed to be. So I don't personally think that stratagems and command points are problematic. But yes, it's like Chris says, none of this is bad. It's just very different. And I do think that it creates a different play experience that appeals to a different type of person. And for some people, this edition has been a little bit hard to get into. Like, certainly for me, this edition has been a little bit hard to get into. I've enjoyed the games I've played. I've thoroughly enjoyed every single game I've played, but I've not felt as enamored with the actual game itself. My enjoyment has more been from interacting with my opponent, from building my army list, from that kind of stuff. The actual process of playing the game hasn't felt quite as engaging this edition for me, and I think for me that's why, is because they've pulled a lot of the sort of on the fly reactive decision making out of the game for this edition. They've really sort of boiled that down, and it's far less of an important part of playing now, and that used to be something that was probably the most fun thing for me. Very good point about MTG equivalents. Lots of war games are moving away from variance as the main determiner of the win and back into a more tactical space. And that should be a thing, the variance shouldn't be the biggest, or certainly not, the dice-based variance, the RNG shouldn't be the biggest determiner of who wins. That's ridiculous. Aura and special rules that should be on a character and not a 40 card deck that you have to have on your side and decide to pop one out whenever you want. I feel, Havoc, like maybe that's more that you've misunderstood how stratagems and command points work. Because that's not really what they are. Stratagems and command points, the ones that are good tend to be things like this unit gets to shoot again, for example. You couldn't have that as an ability on a unit. You couldn't, we've literally seen this removed as an ability on a unit because it was too powerful. Aggressors used to have it. Aggressors had an ability where I think it was if they didn't move, they could shoot twice, and it was too good. You can't have it baked into the profile because it's too powerful. So they, but as a stratagem, something like Endless Cacophony that Slanesh units can use, it works really well because whilst you can do it, you can only do it once per turn, so you can't have multiple units doing it, and it costs you a resource, and if you don't have any of that resource left, you can't continue to do it. It's an expensive ability as well, and so that's kind of the point with stratagems and command points, is that they tend to be things that are too powerful to put into profiles as a general rule. For the most part, they're too powerful to have them actually baked into the profile of the character, and they need the limitations of not being able to do them too much, or not being able to do them more than once a turn, or whatever restriction may come with it, in order to actually keep them balanced so that they don't just ruin games. And if you don't believe that, then have a look at some examples of aggressors when they could just shoot twice, and look at a unit of 3 models just literally tearing apart hordes of enemy units, you know, and earning way more than their points. Yeah, Chris, this is kind of my point, is going back to the MTG equivalence, is I feel like Warhammer is trying to do a similar thing with Magic, where clear, definite archetypes surface, and the idea is that you race to find the clear best archetype, and then you race to find the counter for that, and then you race to find the counter for that. And obviously, you know, that really works well for like Magic players. Magic players love that kind of thing, which is why Magic has such a thriving tournament scene, typically. But that is... in wargaming, it's quite a new thing, and doesn't necessarily feel good to every player, I guess is what I'm getting at. I like Ninth overall from what I've played so far, but personally not a big fan of how they do morale. Personally, I like reactive stratagems. When an enemy unit does X, you do Y, makes the game reactive. Yeah, I personally find that more interesting too. So I tend to stick to AOS. It feels like you don't need as many extra little bits to complicate everything. That could be true. I've not played AOS, so I don't know. I think most gamers like the resource management sub-game. I agree, yeah, they definitely do. Certainly in Heresy, a lot of the event campaign bells and whistles of communities developed in this space as a bolt-on game. Compared to the 8th missions, the 9th missions with the same primary scheme and pickable secondaries make a lot of sense. I'm not saying that they don't make sense, I'm saying that they change the way the game is played, and that might not be to everyone's taste. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're bad, that they're a problem, that there's anything wrong with that they don't make sense or anything. I don't think that 9th is a bad addition. I'm just saying that for me personally, 9th hasn't grabbed me as much as 8th, and I was just explaining why. I definitely don't think that 9th is a bad addition, or that there's any problems with how they've put it together. I don't think that at all. In fact, as a tournament game, 9th is probably a vastly superior edition, and I think that might be why it's designed the way it is. I think they've tried to make it more of a tournament game. Some armies have some of these, like Cadre Fireblades make your Fire Warrior at 6 inches able to have an additional shot at mid-range. They do, but that isn't good. Like... Fire Warriors being able to rapid fire 2 with their rifles, like they're still low BS 0 AP. It's not like Boltstorm gauntlets that are AP -1 3 ups. You know, it's very different giving a Fire Warrior an extra shot than it is giving a Space Marine 3 extra shots. Very, very different. Well, 6 extra shots actually, because it's 3 per gauntlet. That's the point. That's the point, is that not all things are created equally, and that's kind of where people have to be able to dissect how balance works in games. Because yeah, like Cadre Fireblades, like they're not even good. They saw no play through 8th. Tau were obviously just really bad in 9th because they just can't hold objectives. Although I do think that Tau will get better. Wrath of Mars is another example. That'd be way too strong as a unit ability. It's incredibly powerful against Death Guard and Dark Angels. What does Wrath of Mars do? I gotta go, Stu. Up early tomorrow. No worries, mate. You have a good sleep. Take it easy. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I mean, as a newer player, not that anything was wrong. Oh yeah, sure. For a newer player coming in, 9th is probably a bit easier to pick up. Probably. But to be completely honest with you, as a new player coming in, if you want to learn to play Warhammer properly, to be able to go and play in tournaments and stuff, and not just play with your mates in your lounge, Warhammer is really bad at how it disseminates its information. It is terrible. if you've ever played a game like Magic the Gathering, you will understand the differences. Like, comparing Magic to Warhammer is where it becomes really easy to see how bad Games Workshop is at disseminating information on its game. It's very, very hard to get a proper working understanding of how to play Warhammer without having someone else teach you. Whereas with Magic, you can literally just read the rules once and that's it. You know what you're doing. So yeah, there's a lot that GW could learn in the realm of how they spread information. Yeah, Chris, I agree with that. I agree with that fully. I do think that tournaments were what was on their mind. It's simplifying the rule set, making it just a little bit less clunky, a little bit easier to be certain of what should be happening when, that kind of thing. I definitely think that was their line of thinking. Yeah, True Fire Warriors are still bad. Exactly, yeah. They're still bad BS, 0 AP weapons at the end of the day. Giving the whole squad an extra shot just doesn't do that much. It just really doesn't. Like, I have a Fireblade in my Tau list, and it's brutally underwhelming, but it's flavourful, so, I play it. Much better tournament style. Naive to think GW has not looked at other games in this style and thought these are popular and less complex. Complexity is cool, but a barrier to entry. I agree, but then also GW are really dumb in the sense that they simplify the game mechanically and then massively overcomplicate how you obtain the information. Like, if you want to pick up an army right now, let's say you want to pick up one of the armies that's had a new codex since 9th edition. Let's say Death Guard, because they're really popular, yeah? Death Guard are a super, super popular army. So, in order to have all of the rules necessary to play Death Guard, you're a brand new player to the game, you just want to get into the game for the first time, okay? You want to be able to play with other people. So, you need to buy the 40k rulebook. You're going to need to buy the GT mission pack, because those missions are incredibly popular. That's what everyone wants to play. So you're going to have to buy that. You're going to have to buy Codex Death Guard. You're also then going to have to check to see if there's any published errata online. And you're probably going to want to sort of download and print that and like insert it into your rulebooks and the relevant pages. That's certainly what I think would be the smart thing for doing if you were planning on going to tournaments and stuff like that. There's also things like the Imperial Armor books that sometimes contain additional information for your army. I believe Death Guard have got some stuff in one of the Imperial Armor books. Psychic Awakening. Again, most armies were affected by Psychic Awakening. So that's 6 books you've got to buy for your new army. Nowhere does it tell you that you've got to buy 6 books for your new army. The only thing that you are told is, oh, if you want to play that army, you're going to need their codex. And that's all. If you just had miniatures and a codex, you couldn't play a game of 40k. It's not possible. It's just not possible. And I think that is a crying shame that GW have not figured out that they need to get better at that. That they really need to improve how they spread information, how they present information about the game. Mate, Chris, I like 2nd edition. I genuinely thought 2nd edition was fun. It was stupid, and I liked that. Mortal wounds on 6s to hit. Whack it on your Castellan robots, and 5 of them can kill Mortarion. Wow, that's pretty heavy. Yeah, stuff like that, Nathan, where like CP changes happen and they only get published online. If they only get published online, then, stop printing physical books. Just have the rules completely electronic so that you can update them constantly. Simple as that. It is as simple as that. I do like that a lot of abilities or rules now have bullet point summaries, so it's easier to check with full wordy one to prevent exploits and to explain in detail. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that is an improvement. In France, there's a huge wave of popular streamers converting to the Warhammer hobby. Some of them are discouraged to play because of the price of a full army plus all the books needed. Yeah, it's hugely problematic. It's hugely problematic. And it's not just the price. That's the thing. It's not just the financial investment. Like, I currently, I'll be honest with you. I only own like the 9th edition rulebook and Codex Space Marines. I haven't bothered buying anything because there's just so much. There's just so much. It's overwhelming. I just use Wahapedia now, and I don't like using Wahapedia. I don't want to use Wahapedia. I want to support the company that makes the game that I love, but they make it impossible for me. It's just too much information. It's just too difficult to try and play a game with someone when you have to reference 6 different books in order to be able to play that game. Like, it didn't work for Dungeons and Dragons back in the 90s. It still doesn't work now. I wouldn't praise WotC for much, but they're smashing the entry to the hobby with dissemination of info, easy entry variant. Exactly, yep, exactly. And again, that raises another point as well, Chris, is like, why does Warhammer not have an official, proper digital game? Why does it not have a digital version of the tabletop game? Because that would get, like, we've seen, thanks to Tabletop Simulator, once people had no choice, once people couldn't play in person, they were finally like, okay, I'll go through the arse sake of playing on Tabletop Simulator then. And it became insanely popular really quickly. Loads and loads and loads of people took it up. And GW are just, again, somebody said the expression earlier, they're just leaving money on the table. They are just leaving money on the table because they haven't made a digital version of the tabletop game. They keep wanting to make these like RTSs, TBSs, you know, these fucking really poor quality third person shooters and stuff like that. It's like, stop fucking around and just put some money into developing a proper tabletop version, a proper digital version of your tabletop experience, and it will make you a fortune. It will make you so much money, Games Workshop. Hey James, how you doing, mate? It's good to see you. What was once a very D&D approach, piles of books, is now not how most war games are designed. Electronic PDF with free updates is the future. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't even need to be a PDF. Just a well-designed app or a well-designed app that can also be accessed in a browser. That's the way to do it, I think. If your app can only be a downloadable app, then I don't think that's as attractive, because not everybody likes trying to use their mobile phone to scroll through tiny pages of information. People like to have something that's, full-size readable. So, like, just having a laptop perched on the corner of the table, and that's how Wahapedia works. And Wahapedia is brilliant. It's so easy to find the information you need during a game. Wahapedia is great. An official version of Wahapedia. That's what they need. They're definitely moving towards updating rules online. I'm pretty sure that's their end game. Yeah, Felix, I'm pretty sure it's their end game as well, but they're still going to continue to print paper books. I guarantee you. I guarantee you they're still going to try and get your money for those paper books. And for as long as they continue to try and get your money for those paper books, there will be things missing from any kind of digital version, things that you want missing in order to encourage you to buy those paper books. For example, artwork and lore will probably be a big one. One of the things I love about codices is looking at the artwork for my army, reading the lore for my army, and you definitely will not get that. Even if they do fully embrace digital, you won't get that, because they'll want you to buy the books. Agreed, Chris. Agreed. Like, in the same way that MTG Online sells digital versions of the cards through a bot system, and people pay real money to own them, and some of them are worth a lot of real money, and like that in a Warhammer format, GW would make a fucking killing, an absolute killing. If a tactical squad for Warhammer Online, let's just call it Warhammer Online. If a tactical squad for Warhammer Online was, a a fiver, say, well, I suppose an Intercessor squad now was a fiver, that's 100% profit. And it's still, you know, a sixth the cost of an Intercessor squad in physical plastic. So your customer still feels like they're getting value. Your customer still feels like they're getting an incredible deal. This would cost me 30 quid to buy in real life, but I can have it online for a fiver. You know, if a whole army cost about, you know, 100 quid to build, like, they would make a fucking mint. They would make so much money. Zach, I assume you're correct. I haven't played D&D since, like, not properly since, like, 3rd edition. 2nd edition was my main edition for Dungeons & Dragons. And I haven't really played much beyond 3rd. So, I don't know. I kind of went away from fantasy tabletop roleplay games and got more into, like, sci-fi and cyberpunk type games. So, I'm not super up on what playing D&D is like these days, but I could absolutely believe you, because they're just good at that. They're just good at condensing how they deliver information. Really want to start a small Custodes army with the new GSW pure metal pigment stuff. So vibrant. Funny enough, Owen, I saw Vince's video on that recently, and I have ordered it immediately because I want to try it. It looks great. It looks really, really good. I haul cash away at MTGO, but what else can you do in lockdown? As you say, the profit margins on digital free products is insane. Yeah. Pokemon TCG online, again, is insanely popular. Almost everyone that plays Pokemon TCG plays online. I don't mean exclusively online. I mean almost everyone that physically plays the game also plays the online version. But because it's affordable, it's really nicely presented, it's very easy to understand, and you can play against meta decks, so you can get practice. You know, it's insanely popular. And I bet they make a fortune. Hey, Ash West Knight, how you doing, buddy? I'm doing really well. I think I paid nearly as much for my paper play set of Seasoned Pyromancers as I did online. Exactly your point about leaving money on the table. Yeah, for the right things, people will pay cash. Gonna head off and get some food. No worries, Felix. Enjoy your food, mate. I don't think I'll be streaming for loads longer. We've been going for 2.5 hours. I would like to get these pretty much done on stream, though. Oh, what are you playing, James? What are you playing? I ordered from Green Stuff World. It never really occurred to me to use anyone other than Green Stuff World, I'll be honest. But yes, like, they are in Spain, and Spanish shipping is not great. So I fully expect it to probably be like, mid-April before it shows up. But we'll see. We'll see. It could show up sooner. You never know. I guarantee, though, since Vince did that video, I bet they're receiving a ton of orders for those products. Because he's very popular and people listen to him. And rightly so, he's a great painter. He's definitely one of my more recent influences. Not necessarily in his technical approach. I think my technical approach is very, very different to his. But his colour selection really appeals to me. The range of colours he favours lines up quite nicely with the range of colours I favour. And so I find myself taking a lot of his paint recommendations because he just tends to like similar paints to me. So in that regard, he's quite strongly influenced me over the last few months since I sort of started getting into his content more. And his delivery is just obviously very easy to follow as well, which is always great as a content creator. Like, you really want to ensure that your content is easy to follow. That's kind of one of the big learning points as a content creator. It's the AOS game Soulbound. Interesting. I've played some Wrath and Glory, and I will say this, the system is terrible. The system is absolutely a clunkosaurus. I don't know how comparable Soulbound is. But the good thing is that, you know, when it's a universe that you enjoy, a setting that you enjoy, it doesn't really matter how good the system is, because you'll still have a good time. Cyberpunk 2020 is probably one of the best examples of that. It is one of the most incredibly well realized settings for a roleplay game ever. And despite the fact that the system is dog awful, it's still an incredibly popular and beloved game. So I hope you have a really good time with it. But I would be, from a personal perspective, very interested to know your thoughts on the system, because like I say, I've played Wrath and Glory, but I haven't played Soulbound. Theo Miladonis just subscribed? Subscribed? How do you subscribe? What does that mean? Does that mean you became a YouTube member? I don't... Alertbox for YouTube, when you're setting it up, it's different. It says... It uses YouTube terminology, and obviously subscribe is not YouTube. Oh yeah, of course it... Yeah. No, I'm just being dumb. I'm being dumb. It just means that you subscribed. Sorry, I'm being stupid. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Just painting up my new marine models. Making black pop is a technique I need to get better at. It's hard. Black is hard to paint. I'll hold off for now because I'm really not liking buying from EU into UK at the moment. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. It's not a great time, Owen. It's not a great time. Chris, take care, my dude. It was nice to have you around. Yeah, precisely, Owen. And the thing is, like, quality metallics are just something that there is not an abundance of in the hobby. And I think that largely comes from the fact that they're kind of exclusive to, like, model and miniature painting. There's a lot of knowledge that paint companies can take from traditional media for making, you know, normal acrylic paint, but there's not a ton of pre-existing knowledge when it comes to metallic paints, because they're not really used that much in traditional media. And I think that's why we see a bit of a discrepancy where there are a million brands making amazing flat paints, but there's not a ton out there in the way of really good metallics. Viejo metal color that I'm using right now is a good example of a great metallic. I like specifically one metallic paint from Games Workshop, which is Retributor Armor. There's a couple of others that I will use in a pinch, but the only one I really like is Retributor Armor. Scale 75 have got a number of good metallics, but not the whole range. If you've ever tried to use, like, Elven Gold, for example, from Scale 75, you'll know that their metallics are not perfect. They are good. I've already done one bike. I've got 2 more to do. I've already done one. He's finished. But yeah, as you say, golds, you know, metallics that are in the sort of red spectrum are particularly difficult to do well. Getting good coverage is the real grail, I think. And from what Vince showed in his video, it looks like the coverage is absolutely fantastic if you mix the ratios correct with those pure metals. And that's really appealing to me. That's really, really appealing to me. Thanks, Nathan. Shame Heresy, Dark Heresy isn't a thing anymore. I'd have loved to play it with those over-the-top critical hit tables. What was Dark Heresy? Snexy bike. Thanks, Moss. Moss, why are you not a mod? There we go. For some reason I didn't have you modded, boss. Sorry, mate. I fixed it now. Painting my bikes right now, and it seems more taxing than my Talamon. Yeah, the bikes, they've got a lot of tricky, hard to reach places. I actually, when I did that one, I did a tutorial for it, which you'd be able to find on the channel if you just search for like Custodes, you'll be able to find it. When I painted that one, I actually sprayed it silver. And painted the white in by hand, and I realised from doing that actually I think the opposite is probably the best order of operations. It probably wants to be sprayed white and then have the silver painted by hand, because all the silver is pretty easy to get at, but a lot of the armour plates are really obstructed by different bits and bobs of detail, making it quite tricky. And I definitely had a few moments of frustration with it, just in terms of like not having good access to a part that I needed to paint quite delicately. And that, you know, to a degree, my gripe there is really with sculptors. Some companies are really good at thinking about painting when they sculpt. Or some sculptors, I suppose, because different sculptors work for different companies. Some people are very good at putting themselves in the painter's shoes when they sculpt something and designing a miniature that, you know, is pretty achievable to paint. GW just kind of don't give a fuck. And it's like, I love GW's miniatures. They are my favourite miniatures. Not afraid to admit that, as much as it's unpopular with some people. And but I cannot deny that one thing that they are really bad at is designing their miniatures with painters in mind. You know, they show you in their tutorials to paint in sub-assemblies, which is, you know, I mean, we all know if you think something's going to have a lot of hard to reach areas, then you should paint it in sub-assemblies. But they sculpt miniatures that, if you paint them in sub-assemblies, you end up with really highly visible join lines. And then, like, you know, you look at their information with regards to join lines, and they tell you to gap fill them, and it's like, well, I can't fucking gap fill them if I'm painting in sub-assemblies. So it's like, you know, how do I win here? And the problem with GW miniatures is that that's exactly what they do, is they put you in a position where you have to choose between either sub-assemblies or visible join lines. And for me, I absolutely can't abide visible join lines, so I will quite often end up fully assembling a miniature and then just really struggling, which is, you know, pretty shit when it's when it's a commission and you really want to deliver something that's going to wow your customer, and then you just have to fight it the whole time in order to, you know, get the damn thing done. You know, that can kind of suck, and it's probably the thing that frustrates me the most with Citadel miniatures, to be honest with you. It's probably the thing that I least like about them. Hey Joe. Yeah, Big Commission has just gone to the courier about an hour ago. So it'll be with the publisher tomorrow. Moddy Oak. I like the white jet bike, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Somebody was saying earlier, like, the Solar Watch colour scheme with the white armour is fucking cool, and I agree with that as well. I'm just a big fan of white. I really like white paint. It just looks good. Oh, the TTRPG before Wrath and Glory. Okay. See, now that I've read so much Ravenhorn, I kind of really want to run another Wrath and Glory game that's like that, is Inquisitorial agents hunting heretics, and focus a lot more on hunting heretics. We were playing an Ordo Xenos Inquisitorial faction in the last game that I ran. But the problem with Wrath and Glory is just that the system is it's just not good. It's just really not good. It's one of the few systems that distracts me so much. Yeah, they do, Joe. They do. There's a few different ones. Yeah, it's one of the few roleplay systems that actually distracts me to the point that it affects my enjoyment of the game. It's probably more of an issue when you're the GM than it is when you're a player. It's probably one of those. I've only GM'd it, I've not played it, and if I'd played it, I maybe would have a different view, at least to some extent. But it's really bad. It's really, really bad. It just it's just so dicey. Like, if there's one thing Warhammer has received a lot of criticism for over the years, it's being too dicey, right? And then they go and make a roleplay system, and what do? They make it super fucking dicey. And it's like, do you people not learn? Like, this criticism has been leveled upon you several times. Every time you make an edition of Fantasy or 40k that's super dicey, people moan about it, and they're like, why is it so fucking dicey? It doesn't need to be this dicey. Strip it back, calm it down. And you listen, and you release an edition that is more stripped back and more calmed down, and people complain about different things then, because humans are assholes and they'll always find something to complain about. But if there is one consistent bit of feedback that you receive from your customers, it is, don't make your games so fucking dicey. And then you make a roleplay game that everyone's excited about because they finally get to roleplay in the world of 40k again, and you make it super dicey. It's like, stop it. Stop it. Yeah, very, very clunky. Solar Watch is red and white. Shadowkeepers is black. Dreadhost is mostly gold and black. Aquilon Shield has some purple, I think. Yeah, isn't that what PK does? Aquilon Shield? Is that what his are called? Right, once again, I've got to do a bunch of paint drying, folks. I'm also dying for the loo, and I've also almost finished my coffee. So I'm going to throw the BRB screen up again. I know it's another BRB, and I apologise. But I may as well, like, nip to the loo, refill my coffee, because I've literally got... Look at this. I've smashed through this one. So I may as well, like, kill several birds with one stone. You know, if you can bear with the BRB and chat amongst yourselves, I'd appreciate it. If you feel compelled to run away and leave me, then that's also fine. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I swear I'll actually stick around for a while now. Certainly at least until these are finished. They, the silvers, just because obviously this Vallejo stuff is so thin, they can just take a little while to dry, like similar sort of time to a wash, really, sometimes. So that seemed like a good time to scamper off for a piss and to refill coffee and stuff. So I know it was a little bit close together from the last break, but I'm sure no one's that upset. Should have a quick catch up with chat. Yeah, I really like gold, black, red. I really, really like gold, black, red. Oh, a Dark Elder got a combat patrol box. When was that announced? Go get that union break. Hey, David. How you doing, mate? I haven't seen an announcement for that. Just lurking a bit? That's all good. That's all good. You're always welcome around here, you know that. I think I'm going to be a little bit spicy here. He says before he does the least spicy thing ever. I'm going to do like known gloss on the blades and then known matte on the workings. 60 quid for a combat patrol box. Oh yeah, they're a bit more expensive, aren't they? Let's forget that they're a little bit more expensive. Do you know what? I'm going to do this one last, just because I did a few touch-ups when I came back in. Yeah, like a really heavy known oiling on the machiny parts, so that they all look kind of oiled and dark and all that. And then I'll go to known oil gloss on the blade, so that it stays nice and reflective and shiny. And that will be very sex. Ten Cabalites, an Archon, 5 Incubi, a Ravager, and a Raider. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. Yeah. I'm sponsored by a third-party store. I am fully aware of the discounts. And boy, are they worth it. There is a few other places you can get suppressors. eBay. Or the monthly subscription magazine. There's options for suppressors. You don't need to buy the combat patrol box to get them. In fact, if anything, I'd probably advise not buying the combat patrol box just for some suppressors, because the additional stuff you get is not amazing. It was kind of funny. We worked out that those combat patrol boxes. I think it was like the Blood Angels one made a really good Space Wolves one, and the Death Watch one made a really good Blood Angels one, but for some reason none of them quite actually served their own faction super well of the Space Marine ones, which was interesting. Yeah, I've subscribed to it as well. It's one of those things, actually. It's not really for the savings in my case, because, like, as I say, I'm sponsored by a third-party store, so as you can imagine, the cost of buying minis, relatively, for me, is not that bad. You know, they're already, obviously, doing 20% off, and, you know, for understandable reasons, I pay even less than that. So it's not really like a cost-saving thing for me. It's more like just the passive collection building. What I've decided to do is, instead of having a bunch of different Space Marine armies, what I'm actually going to do is sell my Blood Angel successors. I've already got them boxed up. I'm just trying to find a buyer for them. So I'm selling my Blood Angel successors. And what I'm going to do is all the units that come in that box set that I don't already have for my Ultramarines, I'm going to paint up as Ultramarines. So I'm going to have a fucking ton of Ultramarines. I'm going to have most of the available Space Marine units. I will have painted as Ultramarines. But then everything that I already own that's spare, I'll do as one of the other sort of more close combat favouring chapters. But I'll do them as like a successor chapter, so that I can kind of just call them whatever chapter. And so, you know, I'll configure them a bit more for close combat, but I will sort of treat them as a whatever successor chapter. And I think that's going to be a better way of doing it, because I really like painting Ultramarines. Whereas, like, by and large, painting Space Marines is not super fun. Yes, I did do the premium. Yeah. The reason I did the premium, actually, interestingly, is because the Tau stuff gives me most of the bits that I want to finish my Tau army. The Chaos Space Marine stuff gives me some more bits that I can add to my Word Bearers, which is great. The Orc stuff gives me some more bits that I can add to my Orc army, which I've only just started. And the only one in there that's an anomaly is the Tyranids. But the Tyranid stuff that they give you is good for Kill Team. So even if I don't end up collecting a Tyranid army, which is not likely, at some point I probably will collect a Tyranid army. But even if I don't, the stuff that they give you at least helps with Kill Team. Because it's like Gaunts and Gene Stealers. So I feel like it's kind of a really good deal, in the sense of it just lets you passively build collection. And I feel like I've sort of got use for everything that it will passively add to my collection. The only weird thing for me is going to be the massive amount of Necrons I'm going to end up having. Again, Sisters will work great for Kill Team, because you get a Battle Sister squad and you get some Archoflagellants, and those are what you play in Kill Team. Basically, you play a Battle Sister squad with a couple of Archoflagellants. I think like 8 Sisters and 2 Archos. Oh shit, I shouldn't be painting that map. That's fine, I can just go back over it with gloss. It won't be a problem. Yeah, I think like 8 Sisters and 2 Archos is what you play normally. Sister with a Flamer, Sister with a Stormbolter, 2 Archos, Sister Superior with a Bolt Pistol and a Chainsword, and then a bunch of Mook sisters that are just there to die. So again, like, I really like Sisters of Battle, but even if I don't end up collecting them, it will mean that I can, instead of using my old Metal Sisters that don't look great, I can use new Sisters for Kill Team, which look incredible. So again, it's just one of those things. Admech, similar deal. Like, I can use them for... again, Admech is one of those armies that, like, I'd quite like to do in 40k at some point, because they're pretty cool. But even if I never get round to it, they're just... It's a good little clutch of minis for Kill Team. And I think that's kind of the thing that adds a lot of value, is that if you buy the premium subscription, then you've got 7 new Kill Teams. as well as having 2 new armies, you've got 7 new Kill Teams, and you've also got some opportunities to just check out some models from some other armies and decide if you want to collect those. So there's a number of sort of less obvious ways in which it's really cool, and that really appealed to me personally. The idea of being able to expand what's available to me for Kill Team, and so ultimately that's what I decided. Hey Emily, how you doing? Capitalism in it, yeah, I feel you. I'm pretty aware that, like, I may not... Things have been a bit better financially for the business recently. Like, Patreon is going up. Patreon's starting to do pretty well now. It's still not paying me a wage, which is where I need it to get to. I need Patreon to be paying me a wage so that I can stop doing commissions. And the reason I want to stop doing commissions is because then I can do more focused content and just paint stuff for people for free and just, like, hook people up, which is what I ultimately want to do. I don't want to have to charge people to paint sick minis for them. I want to be able to just hook people up. So, like, the ultimate goal is to really focus on building Patreon to the point where it pays me a monthly wage, and at that point I'm then able to, you know, start to enact the rest of the plan. And Patreon's really made some leaps and bounds recently. Like, a lot of folks have started to jump on because it's very cheap. You know, the main thing that you get is, like, the Discord and early access to videos and shit like that, and that's only like 70p a month. So everyone can afford that, and the Discord is fucking amazing. So everyone really likes it. Which has been great for building Patreon, and I need to continue doing that. But it's only because Patreon has started to gain ahead of Steam, and I've had a lot of commissions recently, that I sort of feel stable enough to be able to, like, go into something like a subscription service like that. And the nature of this business, like, that could change at a moment's notice, you know. Having a sudden flurry of commissions plus Patreon starting to pick up a bit means things are going to be great this month. They're going to be great next month. But the month after that, I don't know. You know, if no one commissions anything, the Patreon money on its own doesn't pay me a living wage. You know, so if no one commissions anything that month, I've suddenly gone from having, like, 2 great months in a row to... I now need to try and get through this month on, like, 250 quid. Which, I think 235 quid, I think, is what Patreon gets me at the moment, every month. You can't get through a month on that. I can't even cover my bills on that. Do you know what I mean? So, it's one of those weird things with a subscription service like this. You know, at the moment, I feel confident that I can afford it, so I've signed up to it. But it's a very real possibility that I'll end up having to cancel it. And I don't want to do that, because obviously if you cancel it and you start missing issues, it becomes really hard to fill the gaps in. You get punished big time when you cancel a subscription service like that and then sign back up to it. And then eventually you'll reach a point where they won't be accepting any new signups. The first sort of 16 issues, probably, they'll still take new signups. But, you know, like, I'm a hobbyist. This isn't just my job, it is also my hobby. I'm passionate about it, I love it. So therefore, of course I want to subscribe to that subscription service, because, as I've just explained, it adds a bunch of great benefits to me personally as a hobbyist. Plus, I can make content about it. Like, I really want to be able to do something around the region of a painting diary. You know, tackling each issue. and sort of show him what I do for that issue. So maybe that's where I'll go with it. I'm actually, with the Necrons, my half-painted monolith that's in my current Necron colour scheme, I think I'm probably going to abandon that and go for a different Necron colour scheme. It does mean that I'm going to have to try and repaint that monolith partially assembled, which is going to suck. But I don't think I want to do white marble and copper metallic across an entire army. That sounds really difficult. No, it's not available in the US, Ash, unfortunately. It's a real shame. I had a rant about that earlier. It should be available in the US. Oh, bless everybody getting hype about the Discord. The Discord is fucking amazing. It is, after my family, it is literally the best thing I have in my life right now. And I say that with no hyperbole whatsoever. Like, if I'm having a great day, that Discord makes me feel better. If I'm having a shit day, that Discord makes me feel better. If I just am bored and want something to do, I can strike up a conversation in that Discord, and there's always someone that wants to talk about something. No one ever falls out. No one ever bitches at each other. Like, it's just always wholesome and good. And I kind of don't know how that happened. It just seems to be that only really lovely, decent, kind people seem to sign up for it. And I love it. It means so fucking much to me. Like, last night I almost bawled my eyes out. My birthday's coming up, and I don't really make a big deal out of my birthday these days. I haven't really made a big deal out of my birthday for years now, for a number of reasons, for a few different reasons. And I mentioned that my birthday is coming up in the Discord because I wanted to arrange some sort of hangout. That was what I wanted for my birthday. I wanted to hang out with the people in my Discord. I don't know exactly what shape that's going to take right now. I don't know specifically what we're going to do, but I just wanted us to hang out together. I wanted us, whether it's like we watch a movie together, or whether it's like we do a playthrough of a game together where, like, like, one thing I was thinking is it might be quite sweet to, like, play a Pokemon game and everyone in the Discord decides, what we catch and what we name it and shit like that. And, like, so we play as a team effectively through a Pokemon game and just see how far we can get through and just spend a whole day just playing a Pokemon game. That I thought would be really sick. I thought that'd be good fun. I don't know. Something. And I wanted to arrange that. And I mentioned it, and I kind of left it there, and I closed the Discord, and I opened it like 20 minutes later, and one of my mods is arranging a fucking whip round for my birthday, and it's like, I don't deserve this, I don't feel like I've earned that, but they're just so nice. And then you try and resist, and they just bully you into it. Like, no, you will accept the niceness. They just make you. And now, and after sort of taking it all in, I was just like I seriously, I almost cried. I'm not really a crier, I'll be honest. So, it's not like, when I say I almost cried, like, that's actually quite a big deal for me. Like, for some people, I almost cried is just like, it's a nothing thing. But it's like, I'm not really a crier, I just am not that kind of person. And so, for it to, like, provoke that kind of reaction in me it was like, fuck, that's, it was a big deal. And, I really didn't expect it. I did not think that was where that conversation was leading. I thought that what I expected to happen was for people to start putting, oh, go on, Mugs. Go on, Mugs. My expectation was for people to start putting forward suggestions for what we should do together. Because I said I don't know exactly what I want to do yet. I just would like us to all do something together. And so that's what I thought would happen. And I come back and everyone's like, oh, we've got to... And it wasn't just they're having a whip round for my birthday. It was specifically how they did it. What they basically said was that they want to commission me to paint some shit for myself, because I never get to paint for myself. But not just to paint for myself, but to paint, like, to my highest standard for myself. And that, for reasons that those close to me will understand, that really meant a lot to me. Like, it got me. You deserve what we tell you deserve. Take it. and that's my mod team, folks. Joe, Mossy, Ape. That's very typical of my mod team. That's the kind of people they are. Owen, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Good luck with your coursework. I hope it's not too tough. It's been such a ridiculous journey going more headlong into a content creation direction as opposed to a commission direction. Has brought a lot of changes to my life. But the people that have come on the journey with me, the people that, were sort of here before and are still here now, they've kind of seen how much of an effect it's had on my life. It's been incredible, to be honest. It's as a thing for building character and, for self-improvement and just learning to be more and do more and challenge yourself, and it's been pretty unreal. And I'm fully on that pony now, I am truly on that pony now. A solid set of mods. Yeah, I'm very lucky when it comes to my mod team. Very, very lucky. I am not able to give those folks nearly as much as they deserve. They get discount off their commissions. And, I try to make sure that they're the first ones to get hooked up whenever there's anything that I can hook them up with. But there's so little I can do for them, and yet they do so much for me in return. And that's just again, that it comes full circle back to that point of feeling like you don't deserve things. I know that they know I don't make enough money to pay them. I know that they know that I don't have access to a bunch of resources that I can just shower them with as thanks for the shit that they do for me. But at the same time, it's hard to not, it's hard to witness people being so kind and to not want to do something, Oh, Emily, you're so sweet. Thank you. I really, really do appreciate that. And do you know what? It ain't even about the financial support. That's the reason why the entry tier for the community is 70p a month. The reason I did that is because what it does is it keeps out trolls and shitheads and riffraff. The kind of arseholes that have a go at you for making a video about female space marines. They're not going to pay 70p to get into your Discord, because they only want to get into your Discord to troll you. They're not going to pay any money for that, Caden, yeah, me too. They're very cool. But at the same time, 70p is a low enough sum that it's just not a barrier for anyone. So people that want to be there can just be there. It's the cost of a chocolate bar, right? And, if you want to join a community of people that will encourage you and, give you a lot of sort of back and forth and give you a sense of belonging to something, then having one less chocolate bar that month is pretty easy, right? It's, it's not a big deal. And that was kind of a big thing when I was redesigning my Patreon to move over from being a commission artist to a content creator primarily. That was the major thing for me, was I want this to be accessible for as many as people as possible. But at the same time, I want to keep it pure and clean of negative elements. I don't want people who are overly unnecessarily critical. I don't want people who are overly or unnecessarily aggressive. You know, I want some sort of barrier there to say to people like, I don't want you here unless you're serious about contributing to this community, because that's the point of a community, is that everyone contributes to it, and that makes it greater than the sum of its parts, right? Like that's why communities exist, because they are better than what any one individual could do. And so that was kind of like the big point of thought when I was sort of recreating the Patreon. I think you still owe me a slap when we eventually meet because of the bot. Do I? What do I owe you a slap for? Ever since you helped me start my Magic Altar journey, God, that was a while ago. You've been a big fave. Bless you. Stop it. Stop it. That is kind of like my superpower, if you will, though, is like encouraging people, getting people to, you know, have the confidence and the bravery to just try the things they want to try. Like, that's the thing that I try to bring to the world. That's what I try to do for people, is to just, you know, give them that push to just do the things that they want to do anyway, and don't necessarily feel able to do. Because I grew up very much being told I couldn't, being told I wasn't capable, being told other people were better than me, being made to feel like other people were better than me. That's very much where I come from, unfortunately, and I don't want other people to feel that way. You know, I don't want that for other people. At the same time, mate, being a mod really isn't that much effort. Yeah, we're lucky in that sense. We're lucky in that sense that modding is more about like doing shit. It's more about, like, you know, keeping the server active. Obviously, the stuff that Mossy's done with the bot is just unbelievable. It's more about kind of being figureheads or community leaders, in that sense of, you know, directing people away from like potentially negative chains of conversation and that sort of stuff. It is like, I accept it's a pretty easy mod job compared to some mod jobs. I accept that, but at the same time, there will never be a day where I don't want to give my mods the world, because that's just kind of, you know, that's my personality. Like, if you are kind to me, I will do everything I can to be kind back. It's just who I am. You know what? You've convinced me. I wasn't trying to convince you. All right. I hate feeling like a salesman. That is something that I really do not like. Is feeling like a salesman. I talk about this shit because I actually like genuinely care about it. Like, it really does mean the world to me. And that's why I ramble on about it. Like, that's why it's a topic of conversation for me. If we were all able to live alone, we all would, but we need each other whether we like it or not. I suffer from loneliness really, really badly, despite being very introverted. It's quite interesting. I don't really like the personal company of other people too much. I'm not saying that I don't like it at all. Like, I still love hanging out with my friends, but, you know, really, really on my own terms. It has to be on my own terms, or I just don't feel comfortable. And I much prefer having a job that lets me work in a room on my own, where I choose how much exposure I have to other people. Oh, bless you, Emily. Thank you, love. That will get you access to the Paint Bible as well, which is a book that it's a living book that I've been writing over the last couple of months. I'm about to do a load more additions to it as well, so it's a good time to have access to that. You can just drop me a message if you want to get in on it. If you want access to it, you can just drop me a message on whatever flavor of social media you like, and I'll send you a link to it. And you get it for life. Even if you only sign up for a month, you get it for life. Because it's not about the money. It's about doing shit for people. What was I saying? I've completely lost my train of thought now. Let's read some chat instead. My locals are what got me into Warhammer. Stu2 got me to want to hobby with Warhammer, and God, do I love it more than the game. Yeah, the hobby side is so compelling, so compelling. The game is what it is, right? It's a thing that exists, and if you like it, which I personally do, you can have a hell of a lot of fun with it. You can have a really good time with it. You know, it's challenging, it's interesting, but it is a thing. It is a thing in its own right. Hobby, on the other hand, the act of painting, collecting, modifying, and otherwise fucking about with tiny plastic figures is infinite. It's so expansive and constantly changing, and there's always new stuff to learn and always new ways to interpret, and that is so compelling to me. The fact that anyone can have their own take on it, anyone can bring something to the table, it's really interesting to me. I work in supply chain automation, customer service. I'm literally paid to be nice. And you're so good at it, Mugs. You're so good at it. My most important role is making sure Shy's local shops have cookies in stock. That is true. That is true. It's very important. Never actually played a single game of 40k. I got into miniature painting when I was 6 years old, and I didn't play my first game of 40k until I was like 13. The hobby, like if you don't deliberately go after the game itself, the hobby alone can keep you more than busy enough for years. There's just so much to do. Alright, I have a feeling I missed... Yeah, it's this one. I thought so. I knew I missed the pipes on one of these guys. And it turns out to be the one that I happen to have in my hand, so I'll just quickly paint that in. Played Lotra back in 2012, but I just paint for the most part. Yeah, it's like you ain't gonna run out of shit to do by just painting, right? It's that kind of hobby. There's such a wealth and depth of stuff to do that, like, just painting is absolutely a thing that you can do, and that can just be what occupies you, you know. And that's incredible. The fact that it can just be a purely creative hobby if you want it to be, you know. It doesn't need to even be remotely about the game if you don't want it to be. That's kind of amazing in a sense, you know, that it's such a diverse hobby. Hey David, how you doing? My locals have grown to love some of my pieces. They're pushing me to buy an expensive bag because they want to help make sure my hard work isn't ruined. It is good to have a good way to transport your stuff. That is a thing. Gotta get off and apply for some jobs. No worries, Emily. That's all cool. I will see you in the Discord, no doubt. Seeing as you're now part of the Patreon campaign, I'm sure we'll be catching up with you plenty. Do you have any recommendations for someone wanting to get into commission work for miniature painting? I already consider myself very good at the painting part. I just don't know where to begin. Caden, it's tough because you've got to find a way to engage with an audience. The thing is, with just being a commission painter, if you're just like the best painter in your local area, then what's probably going to happen is, like, local folk are going to commission you, and you will get jobs that way, and that's great, but that's kind of all it'll ever be. So the trick is, how do you engage with people on a level where people want to commission you instead of whoever the best painter in their local area is, right? Why? you need to think about like why people would choose you over someone else. In my case, I'm a content creator who also takes commissions, and so people who follow my content and are interested in my content tend to also be interested in having a commission by me. And that is, you know, I don't even need to be the best painter in my local area in that case, because people are buying commissions from me because they're interested in how I would paint their miniature, not necessarily in just acquiring the best paint job they can possibly get for their money. And so, you know, that broadens my audience now, because it's not just people who are looking for you know, high quality work that are now interested in my work. It's also people that are interested in my content who are now looking for my painting work, right? So I've now broadened my audience by doing something. I'm also very active on social media, not just posting my own work. You know, I spend a lot of time on social media, actually, you know, getting to know people and spending time with them, and being part of the community. And that has its ups and downs. That, you know, various Warhammer communities can have their troubles and dramas and problems, but all in, you know, that is also a thing that then people will be like, oh, I want to commission someone to paint something. Who am I going to commission to paint? Oh, that guy that I talked to on Twitter, he's nice. I'll commission him, you know. So it's kind of, starting out as a commission painter is more about deciding who you want to paint for. That's kind of where it begins. David, I haven't stopped using Reaper. In fact, there's Reaper on this miniature. The highlights on the black are done with Heather Blue. All it is, I'll be completely honest with you, all it really is that YouTube viewers, by and large, mostly use Games Workshop paints and Vallejo paints. And if people have to go out and buy a bunch of new paints before they can follow your tutorial, people don't tend to look at it as, I can just use whatever paints are of a similar colour. They tend to look at it as, if I don't have those exact paints, I can't follow that tutorial. Is that a flaw in people's way of thinking? Absolutely. And I do try to help people understand that that's not the case. If you don't have Heather Blue, you can use whatever paint you've got that's similar to Heather Blue. But it does mean that in order to ensure that people are watching your tutorials and engaging with them as much as possible, which obviously for me as a content creator is really important, it means you have to kind of make that compromise of using more of the paints that they already have and just sneak in the odd one in here and there. So with that in mind, these days, most of my tutorial work is based around Citadel and Vallejo, with, you know, little bits of Scale 75 and Reaper thrown in here and there, bits of P3 thrown in here and there. But for the most part, Citadel and Vallejo, just because that is what most people that watch YouTube tutorials want you to paint with. And at the end of the day, you know, when you're putting 30 hours a week into making content, you want it to be content that people want, right? I love Reaper paints. I think they're great. I think they're absolutely wonderful. And for commissions, I still use them a lot. I just don't necessarily use them for tutorials as much these days, but for commissions, they're still one of my main paint brands. Painting popular models and selling them on eBay is a good way to make some money from the hobby. I disagree with that, Joe. I disagree with that. The markup that you make for painting models to sell on eBay is not good. You know, how to put this tactfully. The kind of people that want to grab a painted mini off eBay that's painted to a nice standard are usually the kind of people that don't want to pay the person who painted it what they're worth. For some people, they will manage to form a little niche, and eBay almost becomes like their brand. eBay Miniature Rescues is a great example of that. Casey, he buys stuff off eBay, repaints it, resells it on eBay, and that's kind of become a big part of his brand. But that's not how he grew. He grew through YouTube. He grew through meeting other content creation painters. For the vast majority of people, if they paint a miniature and put it up on eBay, they're gonna make their costs, even if they do a really good job, they're gonna make their costs plus about 20 or 30 quid. 20 or 30 quid is enough money to cover 2 or 3 hours work. Well, you know, 3 to 3.5 hours at minimum wage. And I guarantee you the job will have taken more than 3.5 hours at minimum wage. So, you know, we shouldn't be paying good miniature painters minimum wage. We shouldn't be making good miniature painters believe that they're only worth minimum wage, because in any other field that wouldn't be true. You know, if you're good and you've got experience, you don't earn minimum wage. Yeah, exactly. eBay's your clear out place. Yeah, I am gonna readdress chat as well as in a minute. But for the vast majority of mini painters, that will be what happens if they sell on eBay. The odd one or two here or there will develop a good solid eBay brand where they'll make good money on their minis selling them on eBay. It happens, you know, you do see it every now and again. You'll see like a tactical squad for 400 quid, which is more than I would charge to paint a tactical squad as a strictly commission painter, you know, and it will sell, like it'll go. It can happen. It absolutely can happen. But for most people, that won't be their experience. I'm rather excited. I watched a video a while back using Reaper. David, I really enjoy them, and I do want to still involve them more. I really like the paints, but there's a marked difference. If I use a lot of Reaper in a tutorial, there's a really marked difference in how much people engage with it. Whereas if I use just Citadel and Vallejo, you know, it goes up. I have a unique benefit of having a very detailed 3D printer that is a huge benefit for my personal hobby, and that is very handy. That is very handy because you can obviously create more unique pieces to work on. Making a painting Instagram is good too. Hashtag lots of Warhammer related things and you'll get noticed. Again, that's also something I personally don't. I'm sorry, Joe. It sounds like I'm just disagreeing with everything you say, and I'm really sorry because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to in any way shoot you down. I'm really, really sorry about that. I just think my experience is maybe just very different to yours. I think Instagram is the most oversaturated platform for mini painters, and it's the hardest way to get noticed. There are so many like aspirational level, absolutely top tier painters who are massive on Instagram that unless you are absolutely aspirational level top tier, it's really hard to get noticed on there. There's a few minor exceptions, you know, think people like Duncan, for example, who's, you know, a pretty average painter, but is exceptionally popular on all of his social media. But that's because he works for GW, right? That's not, he hasn't got famous on the quality of his painting. He's got famous on, you know, who he works for, essentially. I'm really sorry, Joe. I genuinely am, mate. But like, Instagram for me has always been, it's always been a similar thing. Like, unless what you're doing is unique, you know, say if you started an Instagram account where you only painted busts, for example, I could see that doing quite well. I could see that growing really well and getting a lot of attention and notice, because there's not a ton of people that do busts. But for general mini painting, it's so hard to get noticed on Instagram in my experience, because there's just so many god tier painters out there. just a ton. The gaming tortoise. Hi, I'm new to Warhammer. I've got Blood Angels Patrol box for Christmas and the Command Edition. Any tips for painting? For easy Blood Angels, I would probably, to be honest with you, look at Games Workshop's tutorials for first starting out. The thing with Blood Angels is red is one of those colours where doing a simple, straightforward, easy to learn kind of approach to red, you're pretty much going to do exactly what Games Workshop do in their tutorials. As soon as you want to start getting advanced with red, you're going to start doing a bunch of stuff that it's really better to have good fundamentals underneath you before you start trying to learn it. Because you're going to start going into things like counterglazing using purples and blues. You're going to start going into doing lots of really precise highlights where you're trying not to desaturate the color too much. It gets technical. Red is one of those colors that doing simple, straightforward red is pretty easy. Doing really advanced, beautiful, high-end red is really difficult, and there isn't really a good middle ground. So what I would say, Tortoise, is for starting out, go to Warhammer TV and follow Warhammer TV's Blood Angels tutorials. They've got plenty of Blood Angels tutorials on there. You can just do a search within the channel. If you look at the top right of, if you click the videos tab on a channel and then look at the top right of the screen, there's a search bar where you can enter a search and it will just search that channel's videos. If you just type Blood Angels into that, you will get Warhammer TV's Blood Angels tutorials, and that's honestly my genuine recommendation for where to start, because the fundamentals you will learn off that will give you the base skills that you're going to need to be able to then do some really advanced, beautiful, interesting things with red. But until you acquire those skills, it's like learning to run before you can walk. It's probably not the best idea. I think it's taken me 6 years to get 300 followers on Instagram and a year to get 100 on Twitter, and the Twitter are much nicer. certainly less critical. Fat Dingo, yeah, it's patreon.com/that Mr. Shy. Very, very straightforward. But, interesting question about the red, because I think a lot of the time... Cheers to us, I appreciate that. I think a lot of the time, when people see folk trying to do intermediate or advanced level stuff, it's maybe not always clear that it's intermediate or advanced. Sometimes people might just think that's painting miniatures. And I do think that it's important to learn things in a certain order when you're getting into mini painting. I think that Citadel's painting style is very limiting, but it's a great place to start. And I'll quite often say to people, look at how Warhammer TV do this first, and then look at how Warhammer TV do it, and then decide what you don't like about it. Pink can work great. Pink can work great for highlighting red. But yeah, that's kind of the smart way to play it is use their wealth of free information and then scrutinize it. Ask yourself what you don't like about it, what you think it's missing. When I see the way Warhammer TV paints Blood Angels, what I don't like about it personally is I think that their red lacks depth. I think that their red looks very flat, and I think that that's generally a problem with a lot of their painting style. For me personally, I find a lot of it very flat, and that doesn't appeal to me. I want to see the shape of the sculpt in what's being done, and so a lot of what I would do for working on Blood Angels is going to involve ways to bring more volume out. And I'll show you something in just a second after I finish fucking around with this. So, oh my God, it's still not covered. Help! I can't paint. I've forgotten how to paint, folks. It's going to be a problem. So, for example, I'm working on this Raldoran at the moment for one of my patrons, okay? And look at this red armor. It's nothing like Games Workshop's approach. Even the box art. Here you go. There's the box art for the miniature. Just had to do some seriously delicate shifting there, but completely different approach. And this looks way flatter. And this is what I don't like about the way Games Workshop tend to handle reds. Is they tend to go for very flat finishes with them. And you can see, for example, let's look at this section of the backpack here. You can see that there's a bit of, they've added a bit of depth there. But look at the difference in contrast between mine and theirs. I've still got the same top red. In fact, maybe I'm a touch brighter. But my dark is way lower than theirs. My shadow goes way lower than theirs. So the overall contrast in what I'm doing is greater because the difference between my lightest and my darkest is higher. And that's something that I think like Games Workshop tend to overlook is how to push contrast and how to sell shape at that small scale. Started with WizKids miniature tutorials, and after you do a few tutorials, you really take off. I didn't even know that they did tutorials, I'll be honest with you. That sounds interesting. It's not even always necessarily about realism, to be honest with you. Realism is a part of it, definitely. But, like, it's a stylistic thing. Like, by the time I'm finished with that piece, it won't be super realistic. Because that's not my painting style. My painting style has got a kind of exaggerated, kind of comic booky element to it. And that's because that's where a lot of my artistic influence comes from. You know, people like Simon Bisley, a lot of the early Magic the Gathering art, people like Jesper Mirfors, Ken Meyer Jr. These guys didn't paint super realistic. They were, you know, deliberately exaggerating certain elements of their art, and that really appeals to me, you know, understanding where to exaggerate and where to strip back. That's something that I find very interesting artistically. And so I try to incorporate it into my miniature painting, I try to incorporate it into my 2D painting. Whatever I'm doing, really. Need to remember to put these on the other side once I've highlighted them. They also overexpose the photos and lighten their shadows. I've compared a promo shot to a physical... Yeah, I agree. Their photography style actually gives, like, such a false impression. But that's actually a problem in general in miniature painting. A lot of people do a lot of very odd post-processing to their miniatures when they photograph them. Sometimes it makes them look better. Sometimes it just makes them look very different. One of the big ones that a lot of people are really guilty of is ramping the shadows up on their miniatures to produce more contrast than is actually there. And you see their miniatures in real life, and lo and behold, there is not as much contrast. And you sort of learn how to spot it. You sort of learn how to spot a photo where either the contrast has been pushed or the exposure has been bottomed out to make the shadows look darker. Sometimes people even do both. One of the nice things about this camera in particular is for video purposes I actually have no way of really adjusting it. Like, I can fuck with the exposure, for example, but like, watch what happens if I fuck with the exposure. If I go up, it just becomes really hard to see what's going on. If I go down, it just becomes really hard to see what's going on. It's like, it's so obvious when I'm messing with it. So I just don't, because it's so transparent. What I do is just make it look... What I do is I look at my miniature under my painting lights, and I try to make what appears on that screen look exactly the same as what I'm seeing. And then I just stop and leave it alone. Would this be a good idea? I recently ordered an orc start collecting box. Would red orcs be good? Do you mean as in like red armor and stuff, or do you mean red skin? Because I think painting the skin red could be really interesting. It could definitely be really interesting, but it could also be a bit of a trap. It could be kind of quite easy to sort of make it kind of hard to read like facial features and stuff. Again, it comes back to that thing of red is quite a tough color to do sort of more advanced stuff on. It's a pretty easy color to do very easy things with, and then it starts to sort of punish you as you try and experiment with it more. So it could be a great idea, but it could also leave you open to some trickiness. Again, we're just doing very quick, simple highlighting here. With the gold, it's more just about re-establishing mid-tone. Vitality Red says, I know a guy who just photoshops his Marines who are just a colour of armour, no nothing, almost say 2 or 3 scratches like spray canned armor and After Effects. Oh wow, that's interesting. It's one of the reasons why there's a few people in the Warhammer community who do these kind of paint over things where they like digitally add effects and background and stuff, and like photo dress somebody's miniature using Photoshop, and that's kind of why it doesn't appeal to me. Because it doesn't allow me to see the miniature. It's kind of, that's why it's sort of not my cup of tea. Rhubarb and Custodes. Beautiful. Well done, Goblin. I like it. When I painted Magnus, getting tonal volume on the skin was tough. It is tough. It is tough. I actually really want to do a Magnus specifically for that reason, because I want to show people like how I would handle those big muscle areas. I'm really hoping at some point this year somebody commissions Magnus from me, because those big muscle areas are really intriguing to me as a way to sort of show people on a more sort of macro scale how to get good contrast in skin. Do you ever do terrain 40k? That's actually in the pipeline for this year as well. I really want to. What I want to actually do is produce a couple of scenes for photographing my miniatures in. Miniatures, I really like seeing them photographed in scenery, not just on a background. I just think context is really nice. So I want to make a couple of scenes for when I'm shooting my miniatures, so that I can place them in the scene, put the lights around the scene how I want them, and then shoot them. And the plan in order to achieve that is to do a couple of videos on constructing some scenes. One that's more sort of fantasy based and one that's more sort of 40k based initially, and then maybe expand out from there and produce a few different ones in a sort of some sort of format where I can put miniatures in them. So yeah, that's a thing that's definitely come in. Patreon.com/thatmrshy, Caden. Thank you so much. Enjoy your bread making as well. I'm a big fan of bread making. I very much like homemade bread. Yeah, tortas, they're really not, mate. They're really, really not. I don't like their brushes at all. I mostly use Rosemary & Co. Series 33 brushes. The size 3 is my favourite one, which is what I'm using right now. They're available from Rosemary & Co.'s website, which I forget the URL to, but if you Google Rosemary & Co., you will definitely find it. You buy them direct from Rosemary & Co. The other brand I really like, they're a bit more expensive, is Broken Toad. The Broken Toad Mark IIIs, I think, are nice, but they are more expensive, and as such, I do consider them more of a sort of premium product. Honestly, being completely real with you, the reason I tried Broken Toads is because my sponsor sells them. And obviously, if a product that my sponsor sells is as good or preferable to a product I'm currently using, then of course I want to start using the products that my sponsor sells, because that benefits them, and that's like the whole point of our business relationship, is that our businesses benefit each other, right? So for obvious reasons, I tried them because I was hoping they would be better than the Rosemary's and that I would prefer using them. But the truth is, they're almost identical. They're honestly almost identical. The brush shape is very similar. The brush handling is very similar. The quality, the lastability, the snap. It's all really similar. So Broken Toads for me, if you prefer fancy things that cost more, buy Broken Toads. If you want the best value for money available, buy Rosemary & Co. That's my personal take on it. Scene stuff is good. One of my most popular Instagram photos is a black and white mysterious stranger next to a Nuka-Cola machine outside of an MDF building. That sounds sick, though, to be fair. Well, they are Artist Opus without the price tag. Yeah, Artist Opus are made by Rosemary & Co. In fact, I've been looking, or I have looked into doing a signature brush, and I actually spoke to Rosemary about her making my signature brush. And the only reason, unfortunately, that we haven't dealt with it is because at the time that I contacted her and we started sorting it out was when I think her dad died or her brother died. There was a close death in the family, basically, and she was basically sort of on and off of engaging with work and having a bit of a struggle for obvious reasons, which is like not something I'm remotely going to hold against her, but it ended up just kind of making the job get a bit lost in the wash, and I haven't picked it back up with her since. So, but if at some point I do release a signature brush, it is essentially going to be a Rosemary & Co. because that's what I really like. Right, I'm dying for a piss again, folks. I'll be right back in just a second. And I'm back. This is the true curse of having a child's bladder. When I'm streaming, I'm talking a lot. Because I'm talking a lot, I'm constantly drinking so that my throat doesn't dry out. Because I'm constantly drinking, to stop my throat from drying out, I'm pissing constantly. It's not ideal. It's really not ideal. Yeah, highly recommend Rosemary. Highly, highly recommend Rosemary. Gerald, yeah, Custodes. Massive content creator power. Teeny tiny bladder. That's true, that's my curse. That's my curse. Right, where's the one that I missed the buckles on? I spotted one of the ears. This guy. This guy. I know I missed your buckles, young man. Don't you worry. I'm coming back to them. The good thing about the buckles is they don't really need any shade because they're kind of tiny and the shade around them sort of does a good enough job of contrasting them out, so missing them is not really much of a punish. There we go. Okay, I suppose the handles of the swords and the eyes. Which I'm gonna do both of in green actually. If you do sort out brushes, you should do a set, include some synthetics as well. Interestingly enough, so I'm actually what I teach is a minimal brush style. The type of painting that I teach specifically revolves around development of muscle memory, and something that I personally consider really important to development of muscle memory is not constantly changing brush. So I use a free brush system, which is, take that with a grain of salt. I use a Rosemary & Co 33 size 3 for everything. This paints eyes, freehand, armor panels, everything. This is my main brush. And then I will use a dry brush of appropriate size. So this is just an example. I actually own quite a few different dry brushes of varying sizes. Specifically because, you know, just a dry brush of appropriate size, right? So you do, you know, you still do need to buy multiple dry brushes, but dry brushes, I mean, the main ones I use are makeup brushes. These are so cheap. These are like so cheap. And then what I call a trash brush, which is just for like mixing paint and stuff. You know, mixing paint, putting glue onto bases, applying powder pigments, that kind of shit. So this is just a destroyed brush. There are exceptions, there are little sort of outliers. Like, for example, if I've got bigger areas to paint, but I'm you know, hand painting them, not airbrushing them, then, you know, for example, I might have a larger brush like this on hand. And when this eventually dies, this then becomes my trash brush, right? So when this eventually bites the bullet and starts to fan out and flatten off, this will just become my trash brush. So that's kind of how I cycle those in. But for main painting, I just use one brush. And if I were to do a set, what I'd really like to do is a set that contains a large synthetic, something of around this sort of size, which you can use for, you know, glue, texture paint, all that kind of shit. And when it gets trashed, then, you know, whatever. But yeah, like a synthetic like this, and then a something very similar to this, and then a dry brush. That's basically what I want as a paint set, because I don't like this idea that a lot of companies who make paintbrushes essentially put forward, that you need to be constantly changing brush size. The notion that a brush this big can't be used to paint detail is instantly proven false by the fact that, you know, I can accurately dot these buckles in, I can accurately dot these studs in, I'm about to paint the eyes with this brush. You know, it's bullshit. It's just people that want to sell brushes bullshit. Pry my Series 33 from my cold dead hands. I bought my Series 33 and binned my Series 7. Yeah, Windsor and Newton 7s I had really bad luck with. Loads of people recommended them, but I just had bad luck with them. And I also found them too thin for my taste. Gerald is building Custodes as we speak. That's pretty tidy. Right, so let's get some eyes and weapon shafts done. A couple of different ways of using the same paint here. I'm going to get icy yellow and emerald. And we're going to do two different things with the same work up here. So for these eyes, we're just going to take emerald. And we'll drop an eye in. If I can use a size 3 to paint that Harlequin leg, you can use a size 3. Exactly, yeah. The points are finer on a size 3 than they are on a size 0. And that's actually true of all brush brands. That's not just a Rosemary & Co thing. When there are more hairs in the ferrule, they come to a finer point. That's just how it works. So, you know, the assertion that people make that you need these like tiny little 000 brushes for painting eyes in and stuff like that, it's entirely false, and it actually kind of creates problems, which is why I'm so against it, because it discourages people from developing that muscle memory relationship with one favoured brush. This method that I use makes you really, really comfortable with your brush, and that's why I do it, because being comfortable with your brush is one of the main ways that you become a better painter. I'm just sweeping some highlights now towards the inside. Hey TJ, how you doing, mate? Oh, I'm not a fan of the Army Painter brushes. I'm not a fan of those. Oh, they fell apart so quickly on me. Well, I mean, admittedly, by my own admission, I'm quite harsh on my brushes, so you know. I'm a big fan of Raphael series. Might buy some Rosemary. Try. Yeah, I quite like Rafs. They're just pricey. That's the thing. With Rafs, I really like them. I think they're very good. But I like Rosemary's just as much, and Rosemary's are half the price, right? So, like, you know, in what world are you ever gonna? If there's two things that you like equally, but they don't cost the same money, you're gonna choose the cheaper one, aren't you? So you see, we've just got like a highlight just pushed towards the center of the head, so that we just take the center line and we just push the highlight in towards the center line, and that's just a really simple two-step eye lens. It's just really straightforward. You could do a third step. You could pull another highlight into that if you wanted to. It would not be wrong to do that. But for just high tabletop, which is what we're doing here, I would just do one highlight like that. I now do not feel bad for favouring two brushes then. Honestly, I think it's better for your development. Oh shit, I just headbutted my camera. I really genuinely think it's better for your development as a painter to use as few brushes as possible, because you just get so comfortable with the brushes you use. Oh, TJ, mate. Yeah, this is a commission. Yeah, it's just a high tabletop commission because it's for a lot of miniatures. It's from one of my mods, the lovely Joe. We call these the Custodes. Yeah, just some high tabletop Custodes. The only one that's a bit pushed further than high tabletop is the Shield Captain on jet bike that I already did. He had his own video a couple of months ago. Most of the live streams do commission work. At the moment, they're mostly commission work. What I'm painting both when it comes to videos and streams, to be honest, what I'm painting is mostly dictated by how busy I am. At the moment, I'm just very busy on commissions. So because I'm very busy on commissions, most of what you'll see me paint on camera is commissions, regardless of whether it's videos or streams. As I get less busy, I start to rotate some of my own stuff in, or I'll start to rotate in like competition or giveaway pieces, stuff like that. I love doing giveaways when I can. We recently did one for this guy, Chaplain Tarantus. I painted this up. This was for a giveaway. This has now been claimed. Well, it's been won, but it's not been claimed actually. This is possibly going to get redrawn because it was won and then not claimed. But I do try to, you know, squeeze in bits of giveaway stuff and competition stuff and things like that now and again. So this is the captain, the Dawn Eagle captain. As you can see, we've pushed a little bit further than high tabletop here. This is sort of, I guess, what I would call like low display. It's kind of between high tabletop and display. I could push this a bit further, but I'm trying to come up with something that my customer can replicate at home. So I didn't want to push like to the very limit of my ability, because then I'm basically saying to my customer, you know, don't drop the fucking ball. And I think that's a little bit unfair, because he commissioned me specifically to do something that he could learn from. That was kind of part of what he wanted, was to do something that he could learn from. So, you know, it would be kind of shit of me to then just push it way beyond what a fairly new painter is going to be able to consistently produce. You make more money from doing solo work, or would you make more money from working for a studio? Obviously, you've got more freedom working for yourself. It's kind of 6 and 2 3s, I would say, Joe. Studio work is going to be more consistent. You know, you're going to always get a job. The studio is probably going to send you at least one job every month, probably 2 or 3 jobs every month. I've got a mate who works for Siege, and I know that he gets probably a job a week off them at least. So you're going to have that consistency there, which means if you're doing it to try and support yourself financially, it's probably the smarter decision. But you also have that problem of being kind of semi-anonymous. You never really get to fully make a name for yourself, you know. Hey Craig, how you doing, mate? And thank you, Gerald, I appreciate that. And you, Pingu. You beauty. Yeah, you know, the problem with working for a studio is that to a degree, you're always going to be in the shadow of that studio, which for some people is fine. For some people that isn't even a thing, you know, that they don't even consider that a problem. But for some people that might eventually rub, you know, that could be something that eventually makes them feel bad. I know for me personally, legacy is very important to me. My dad didn't have any natural kids, he adopted me, and I've always had this kind of personal thing about legacy. It's been really important to me that like someone, I'm technically the last of his line, you know, and it's always been really important to me that like someone does something with his name and makes it, you know, mean as much as he meant to me. And so for me personally, working for a studio and sort of living in their shadow and being kind of semi-anonymous as a result, that wouldn't work so great for me. It would make me feel a bit like I'm not really achieving my personal goals. He's back again. Nice to see you, bud. Nice to see you too, Adam. Yeah, the studio commission that I was working on, or the you know, corporate commission that I was working on is all wrapped up now. So normal service should resume from here pretty much immediately. It's nice to be back though. I've gotta tell you, I have missed being able to chat to people. Okay, so what we're going to do with this, we've just used exactly the same colours, but taken it one step higher. And then I'll just hit it with some Drakenhof Nightshade. Thanks, Joe. My dad meant a lot to me. He died in 2012 under not great circumstances. I don't want to go into it too much because I don't want to bum people out. But the circumstances weren't great, and it changed me a lot, you know. And one of the big things that it did, both for better and worse, is it made me, you know, determined to, as I said, create a legacy for his name. You know, I promised him, you know, I had a little sort of silent moment at his funeral, and I promised him that I would do something with his name, that I wouldn't let it just be something that didn't matter to anyone. And you know, there's different levels to that. Like, I'm not talking about, you know, I've got to be fucking world famous or I've done my dad a disservice. I'm talking about, you know, just making sure that people remember his name as belonging to someone who, you know, was worth something, who wasn't a piece of shit. Your skills are next level and love the tutorials too. Sorry about your old. Honestly, it's fine. I said, you know, I don't want to go into it too much because I don't want to bum people out. But it was a long time ago. It's not something that, you know, still causes me great pain every day. But I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say something either way. So thank you. When it comes to legacy, mate, I totally understand that. My surname comes from my great-grandmother's maiden name of Kirby, being mated with her married name of Jones, so I totally understand, right? It can be especially difficult as well in that case, you know, where we still, by and large, operate under a traditionally patriarchal society. Protecting the name legacy of female members of your family is particularly challenging, because it's very easy for their names to just be completely wiped out through traditional marriage norms. It's why Jen and I have said, so her surname is Fitzgerald and mine is Waddicker, and when we marry, we've said that we're gonna create the double-barreled surname Fitzwaddicker, so that neither of us loses our name in some way or another. Hey Rob, how you doing? I hope so, Joe. I hope so. He was a very creatively minded person himself. You know, he loved music and photography. Those were his sort of two big passions. And so I think he would understand me wanting to try and make a career in the visual space. I think he would approve of that. I think that would be something that, you know, if he had the skills for, he would do himself. So I hope so. Rob is like one of the best cheerleaders ever in the world, but yeah, he doesn't normally manage to make live streams. Do you have to have a video on painting the captain on bike? Yeah. It's right up there on the channel. If you just search for Custodes in my videos, you'll find it. One of my mods might be able to go and grab it for you. We both hyphenated our surnames. Yeah. The thing is, because we've both got very syllable-y surnames, we both got 3-syllable surnames. We didn't really want to just straight up hyphenate, because that would be a pain in the ass. It would be a bit of a fucking nightmare for anyone to say. But at the same time, we wanted to do something. So that was the plan. Thanks, Mars. Always. Excuse me, sorry about that. Again, anyone who says that you can't paint detail with a size 3, like doing the reflections on gems with a size 3. If you are fans of manually painted gems, you want to take a look at Ape of Justice's Eldar. Just a whole army of fucking manually painted gems. Really cool. So then, hobby block. Like, I know you deal in commission, so you're always painting, but do you ever get hobby block on your own models? Not a lack of motivation so much as a lack of direction. Definitely. That's actually... So, I was talking earlier about my Blood Angel Successor army that I'm selling. One of the reasons I'm selling it is because I'm about to start collecting the monthly subscription magazine, and I don't see the point in having 3 Space Marine armies. So I'm going to build a different, sort of more combat-oriented Space Marine army, and then I'm going to bulk out my Ultramarines as well. So... that was kind of one of the reasons. But the other reason, the other reason I'm kind of moving away from my Blood Angel Successors is because I just don't know where to go with them. I keep thinking about it. I keep, tossing over in my head like, what direction I want to take the list in. I went for a very infantry-based list, which was really cool, but it exposes a number of things that I, think the army maybe should be doing that list isn't doing. But more than anything, the big thing was a creative block. I wanted a scheme that was really simple to execute, so I just did a silver and red, and then the chapter symbol is just a teardrop in silver. Which is like just painting a teardrop in metallic silver is way quicker even than transfers. And my freehand is good enough that I can accurately paint a silver teardrop on every single miniature, no problem. So like everything about it was constructed for simplicity of painting. And that kind of is a good idea and a bad idea, because what it's done is now pushed me into a space where when I want to do stuff that's more creative or I want to paint something that's more interesting, they're not the army I'm looking at. And being my custom chapter army, they should be the army I'm looking at. They should be the prime candidates. But because I went with something that was all pushed towards just getting them tabletop ready as quickly as possible, which is why, despite the fact that I get no time to paint my own minis, half that army is tabletop ready. That's kind of... I benefited myself in one way whilst punishing myself in another. In terms of handling that block... Honestly, the solution is shit. The solution is the last thing most people want to hear. Paint something else. That's the solution. Don't try and paint a miniature that you're not inspired to paint, because you won't paint it well, and then you'll be mad at yourself for not painting it well. I have to do the same thing with commissions sometimes. I have to shelf a commission for a few weeks in the middle of doing it. The Necromantic Horror are a good example. I had to shelf them halfway through doing them. Even though I've now done all of the slog miniatures, all of the boring ones are done, and I've only got the cool and interesting ones to paint now, which is the werewolves, the ghosts, and the constructs. But despite that, I had to shelf them for a few weeks because I just got sick of painting them. And I felt no motivation or inspiration for what to do with them. And if I'm trying to make tutorials for people on them, I can't do that, I can't just go through the motions. I've got to do something interesting. So, I just shelved them for a couple of weeks. And what I'm going to do is finish this Custodes commission, and then I'll have a think about whether I want to go back to Raldoran or those werewolves, and it'll be one of those two that I paint next. And I'll decide which one at the time. Mytho, hello, how you doing? Freehand is so its own skill, Mugs. It's so entirely its own skill. It doesn't track to any other any other mechanical skill in miniature painting, it doesn't track to it. For example, like I'm good at freehand, but I'm terrible at edge highlighting. I don't like edge highlighting. Yeah. No, you're not alone at all, Adam. You are not alone at all. That's the tactic. That's all you can really do. Well, this is going to be a bell end. He's got a sword right in front of his fucking eye. God damn it. Painting an orc knob for an all skill level painting competition. Sick. My let me grab it for you. You might like it. My orc warboss is one of my favourite minis that I painted last year. It's the old Assault on Blackreach one. And so the story is the first time I ever won a national painting competition. I don't really do competitive painting very much. I'm not a huge fan of competitive painting. But when I was younger, I quite liked competitive painting. And I entered a national competition where you could paint one of the two leaders from Assault on Blackreach, which was the 3rd or 4th edition starter box. 4th edition, I think. And I did the Ultramarine captain, and it won. It was like a national competition, and it won. I was super fucking stoked. And unfortunately, my friend Andy had to claim the prize because I was sick. And it sucks, because to this day, my friends Andy and Alan are like the only people who can really corroborate the story. Alan is actually a regular. He's got his own YouTube channel as well, and he does pop into streams from time to time, but he can corroborate this, that Andy claimed the prize, and he had to claim it in his own name. So officially, Andrew Payton won this competition. But actually, I won the competition. It was me that painted the miniature. And I always wanted to do the orc as well, but I never got round to doing the orc as well. So when I decided to start collecting orcs, naturally I went on eBay and I found the Blackreach orc and painted him as my army's commander. So he's the leader of my boys. I still need to do a few little bits of touching up on him, but it says "Born to Crump" on the top of his helmet there. It's obviously a play on the "Born to Kill" from Full Metal Jacket. So yeah, that's a thing. The website is having problems, eh? I've got this issue with Calgar. I now want to do an Ultramarines army, but I want to paint them the same standard as Calgar. This is why my Ultramarines are barely painted, Craig, because my Calgar's really nice. I did a really good job on my Calgar. My Chaplain's nice. My Lieutenant Calcius is really nice. Like, all the character models are painted to quite a high standard. Both the Dreadnoughts are painted to quite a high standard. And now I just want to do the whole army to a high standard. It's like, fuck. When am I going to find time for that? I don't know, but hopefully I will. Yes, I do have a Discord server, Mytho, but it is for Patreons only, I'm afraid. So if you want to get in, you are more than welcome to join. We'd love to have you. But you would have to go to patreon.com/thatmrshy, and you can sign up for 70p a month. It's not expensive to get in, but we don't let people in for nothing, because we're going to keep the riffraff out somehow, right? Thanks, Tortoise. Thanks, Mytho. Lovely use of purple to complement the green, mate. Nice accent colour. There's a lot of counter shading and complementary. A lot of the techniques that I discussed in my most recent video, basically. Oh, that's weird. I've been getting some problems with the internet lately where I keep getting an error page that I've never had before. Would you say that Reaper is an underrated paint brand? Massively. Massively. I would say that they are probably in the top 3 paint brands for me, and most people don't even know they exist, so I would definitely say that they're underrated. So I'm going to be a bit of a shitheel here because the other eye is so hard to reach. I'm going to highlight this one but not the other one. It's technically not incorrect to do so because this eye is obviously in much more shadow because it's being hidden by his sword arm. But you probably would, you know, you'd want to highlight it. But if you're a dumb fuck like me that glues the head in without thinking about its relationship to the sword, then I'm just never going to be able to reach the very inside corner of this eye to get a highlight in. It just ain't going to happen. So we're not going to push it. Yeah, Scalar great too. Scalar definitely great. Tortoise, you have a lovely day. Take care. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. I hope to see you next time I stream. I don't stream much, so, you know, if you do manage to make another one, that'll be great, but I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't. Yeah. I think, like, universally, everyone that's actually heard of them says they're great. Pretty much. Well, most people, I would say, that have actually heard of them think they're great. The issue is that a lot of people just haven't heard of them. Which is, to an extent, Reaper's fault, to be honest, because... And I say this as someone who... I'm still officially speaking a Reaper endorsee. So I say this as someone who officially endorses the product. I have a Reaper referral link in the description of my videos. There's one in the description of this video. But I think when you endorse a product, you also have to be very honest about it. Otherwise, your endorsement isn't really worth anything. And honestly, I think Reaper's biggest weakness is that their miniatures are not up to the same production standard as a lot of their competitors. And I'm not just talking about GW. They're not on the same level as even like Corvus Belli. They're not on the same level as like Malifaux, Kingdom Death. There are a lot of companies out there that are making better quality miniatures. And where that's an issue is that Reaper leads its sales based on its miniatures, not on its paints. And its paints are actually its better product. And that's where the problem lies with Reaper for me. Is that its paints are its better product, but its miniatures are what lead their sales, and they pick up most of their paint sales off of people that are fans of their miniatures. And the problem is that because that's the weaker part of their product line, it means that they're not as successful at persuading people that their paints are as good as they are. Their paints are also quite expensive, it has to be said. You know, at nearly £4 for a 15ml bottle, they are expensive, and that's a problem for some people, but I don't think that's a problem for everyone. My Orc skin formula is based on Viejo game color Cayman green, and I simply fat glaze highlights, add in Reaper aged bone with each layer. Interesting. I started doing a similar thing recently. I did a squig for the channel. And I just did like GW Warflesh with successive amounts of sunny skin tone added to it. And I wouldn't normally paint orc skin that way. I'd normally go for something way more complicated and try and bring in like pinks and blues and shit, and you know, really fucking overthink it. That would be much more my typical approach. But actually, sometimes that really simple idea of just layering up, you know, lots of sort of off-white highlights can really work wonders. If you want an easy way to shade it, put your green down and then just hit it with something like Drakenhof, or you could also use like Druchii Violet. Hit it with something that's got a bit of a cold tone to it, and then just work back up through your base colour into your highlight. Yeah, Reaper's skin tones have a really, really good finish for skin. Reaper are not quite as matte as Scale 75, but they are nice and matte. And the exact sweet spot for the matteness of Reaper is like skin and leather, I think. It really excels in those kind of applications. Yeah, Adam, exactly. Exactly. It's a shame, though, because their paints are amazing. No worries, Adam. Have a good day, mate. You've been unable to get sunny skin tone. Whereabouts are you? Searching for gemstones. You've always got to search for gemstones with Custodes. They fucking hide. Really, TJ? Are you in the US as well, Mytho? I mean, obviously Lazy Dragon will ship to the US, but just for one pot of paint, that's not going to be worth it. I think, who was it that ordered from them? Was it Chris? Was it Swerve? Somebody ordered from them and said that Lazy Dragon sent to them in about 4 days, and I think it cost about £9. Which, if you're doing a big paint order, is obviously great, but if you're just ordering a sunny skin tone, then that fucking sucks. So I would definitely say, if you look in the description, you'll find a link to Lazy Dragon Gaming on Facebook. If you want to put in a bit of a bigger Vallejo order, they do Vallejo, GW, Army Painter, and P3. If you had a bit of a more significant paint order to put together, then speak to Lazy Dragon Gaming, and they're more than happy to send overseas. You will not have an issue there. Yeah, Lazy Dragon is a store, yeah. Yeah, that's my sponsor. I did some orcs about 6 months ago as a palette cleanser. Low sand green base coat, dark grimy, black brown wash, glazing, Vallejo game color, moon yellow progressively on muscle, bright yellow paint, and purple tops. That's really interesting, Zach. That's really, really interesting. Purple and yellow obviously is a really good complementary pair. So I could see interesting things going on there. Yeah, it's just because it's coming out of Spain. And yeah, Spain is just a fucking struggle. But they're having a bit less of an issue getting stuff to us. TJ, something you should bear in mind is, because you have a commission outstanding with me, you can always order bits from Lazy Dragon to be shipped to me, which I can send to you with your commission when I return it. No, they're not US based, but they will mail to the US. If you just send them a message on Facebook, they'll mail to the US. TJ's in the US. He was just saying that he's ordered from them. And Joe has also ordered from them. How do you like streaming to YouTube, and do you prefer this versus Twitch? It's a difficult question, I'll be honest. I don't really like streaming in general, to be completely straight with you. I'm not a big fan of streaming. I used to be a full-time streamer, and it really burnt me the fuck out and caused me to make some serious personal errors. Streaming was not good for me. And I don't know how much of that was the Twitch platform and how much of that is just that my personality isn't very compatible with it. These days, I stream just very occasionally, and I do it just because I fancy chatting to, my viewership mostly. Because obviously, my patrons I can chat to in my Discord. I have as much access to chat to my patrons as I want to. But being able to talk to my wider viewership, people who aren't necessarily enough of a fan to want to support through Patreon, but are enough of a fan that they would like to hang out and get to know me a bit better, that's really nice. And so doing that every now and again is lovely, and is definitely something that I enjoy. But I do it on YouTube because that's where my recorded content lives. It's not really a case of a preference between YouTube and Twitch. I do it on YouTube just because that's where my recorded content lives, so it just makes the most sense. Trying to get people to migrate onto a different platform to the one that they're used to engaging with you on can be really, really hard work. And, I don't... For the sake of streaming, once a week tops, like the most I stream is once a week. It's not worth me going through that amount of hard work trying to persuade people to migrate platforms. It's just not worth it. And it's not worth people's time either. But yeah, streaming wasn't good for me as a regular thing. It brought out a lot of the sides of my personality that I'm really trying to not display, like the things that I'm trying to overcome, the things that I'm trying to improve upon. Like a lot of the sort of insecure side of me was really magnified by streaming regularly, and that is not something that I want to, voluntarily submit myself to, just like doing a thing regularly that brings out the worst parts of my personality, especially when it comes to insecurities. So I can't really say that I have a preference to streaming between Twitch or YouTube, because I genuinely just don't really like streaming. But then at the same time, when I do stream, I love it. So it just makes sense to just do it on YouTube to keep it as stress-free as possible, really. Just to make it a very easy thing that, and this is kind of the point of, like, exactly what we're doing now is kind of the point of why I stream these days. I don't stream as anything to do with my job. I stream just as a chance to chat to folk while I'm doing stuff that I'd be doing anyway. I was going to sit and paint these Custodes today anyway. I wanted to get them finished today. Probably should still just about get them finished. Maybe the shields won't quite be done, but they'll pretty much be done. So being able to just chat to people while I do it is lovely. It's really nice. Constant streaming every day will burn out no matter exactly. Yeah, it's really tough. And the problem was as well is that I was just incredibly naive at the time. Like, I thought that I could change things, things that I perceived as being problematic. I thought that I could improve them, and all I actually did was like created a sense of responsibility for something that I didn't have the power to change. I just made myself feel responsible for for something that was outside of my scope of effect. And that it became very unhealthy by the end. By the time I quit streaming, it had become very toxic to me, and I needed to stop. And I'm glad I did, because actually, like, for a really long time, I'd wanted to look into doing YouTube. I've always really loved the idea of doing recorded content, because I think you can sort of lean into narrative / storytelling elements with recorded content that you can't really do as well with live content. Oh, Joe, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll be looking forward to getting to know you a bit better in the Discord then, huh? That'll be really lovely. And quitting streaming kind of gave me the kick up the arse to actually look into video content properly. Like, how would I do it? What would I need? What equipment would I need to buy? What skills would I need to acquire? Taught myself video editing over the period of a couple of days. And as a self-development exercise, it's ended up being incredibly rewarding. I find that whilst I'm deeply embarrassed of the negative elements of my behaviour that's streaming exposed, I'm very grateful for the lesson that I needed to overcome them. If I hadn't have gone through that, if I hadn't have fallen out with streaming, if I hadn't have been exposed to an environment that was toxic to me, I would have never realised that there were these flaws in my personality that I needed to try to get over, which in and of itself is a journey, and Rome wasn't built in a day and all that kind of thing, but all of that ultimately did me a lot of good, and so I'm grateful for it. Also, Joe, because you've signed up at a slightly higher tier, you do have access to my paint recipe Bible, so you can drop me a message either through Patreon itself or through any of my social media links, and I will give you a link to the paint recipe Bible. That is just about to get some more updates, probably this week or next week. There's going to be some more updates going in that, and you actually get it for life when you sign up. So it's a living book. It's a book that I will be writing over the next, until I die, years. And it's all my go-to recipes for different kind of things. It's not like a how-to. It doesn't teach you how to paint them. It just gives you sort of what paints I used and a basic overview of what techniques I used. And it's just going to keep being expanded upon and expanded upon and expanded upon. And just for signing up, you get it for life. So even if you stop signing up, even if you quit Patreon, you will actually continue to have access to that for life, for as long as it exists. For as long as I am continuing to develop it, you will continue to be able to access it. So that is kind of a gift that I give people for signing up at the higher tiers, because at the end of the day, it's very fucking nice of you to sign up at anything above the minimum. I mean, it's pretty fucking nice to sign up at the minimum, to be fair. Everyone makes mistakes, and learning and growing from their mistakes is good. Doesn't make you a bad person for having flaws. Well, exactly, right? You can. I'm not even going to say do bad things, because it's not. I'm not talking about like Twitch turned me into a murderer. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I'm saying I went fucking killing or thieving or it just turned me into a bit of an arsehole. That's really where it comes from. It just made me very insecure, and as a result of that insecurity, it made me very overly protective of my own assets and stuff like that. Caused me to sort of distance myself from some of my friends if I for some reason thought that it wasn't a good idea to stay in touch with them, that kind of thing. It was a number of sort of smaller errors in judgment, in personality, in behaviour, that when I add them all together, it feels very embarrassing. I've certainly tried to apologise to anyone that I've sort of knowingly wronged on that front. I've tried to sort of reach out and apologise. Sometimes that is easy for people to receive and they're fine with it, and sometimes that is, people aren't interested. You've upset them and they don't want to let it go, and that's their choice at the end of the day. You can't force the issue. If you made somebody mad by being a dickhead, it's up to them when they're over it, not you. But at the end of the day, I have learned to try to be better than that. And I am trying to be better than that. And I don't feel like I am that person anymore. You know, I don't feel like in short, I don't really worry about what anyone else is up to anymore. I'm just here to do my thing and try and enjoy it now. And that's all I want, is to just do my thing and enjoy it. And that really simplifies things, you know. It's a lot easier to be kind to other people when you've only got your eyes on your own business. And that's kind of been the big lesson, I guess, is just stop being concerned over what other people are up to. You know, it's their life is their life and your life is your life, and as long as you get on with your life and do what you can to secure your own happiness, then that's what you need to be concerned with. And you know, it's not always the easiest lesson to learn, especially if you perceive injustice, which is that was what sort of started the whole mess in the first place, the whole downward spiral when I was twitching. A lot of it was sort of by my perception of injustice, my perception of people not playing fair, that kind of thing, and the behaviour that led me to was you know, kind of shitty. Just made me a very angry and insecure person, and those aren't great emotions to be leaning into every day. I feel like I've hit that point in my life already. I'm constantly working on that to keep myself from slipping back into that person. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at streaming as a social community. It can be great as a social exercise. It can be really, really great. You know, Warhammer in particular struggles a little bit in that it has a bit of a divided community. You know, there's a lot of people that are very sort of pro social justice, pro equal rights, pro fair treatment of others, and then there's a lot of, you know, secret Nazis that hide in the Warhammer community. And when you make content, at some point, it's going to become clear which of those groups you fall into, if any. And at the point that it becomes clear which of those groups you fall into, if any, people that identify with the other group are going to start having problems with you. Now, you know, for me personally, as someone who's not a massive wanker most of the time, I think having a problem with Nazis is fine. I think having a problem with Nazis is quite good. Personally, I think you should have a problem with Nazis. That's sort of my belief. So, you know, I know which side of the fence I'm on, but going into making Warhammer content, it can be difficult sometimes. You know, when you sort of discover that someone who you sort of really got on with in that context, or that you really liked the content of or whatever, is one of those kind of people, that can be pretty harsh. Like I found out a few months ago that a YouTuber that I used to really, really love has some very dodgy, extreme right-wing views. Honestly, stopped watching that person's content, but, you know, it hurts a bit when you find that out and you didn't see it for yourself. And Warhammer is a community where that can be a bit difficult, because there's kind of a lot of it, and it's a big talking point amongst the Warhammer community, which is difficult. Like in other communities, that kind of thing isn't really related to the community, but in Warhammer it seems to be something that sort of actively divides the community. In a lot of areas of the world, it's just, you know, you're an arsehole, I don't like you, that's fine. Whereas sort of in the Warhammer community, it seems to have sort of caused this big secular divide, which is very odd. The bread is rising. Yes. Yes. Love Simone, hate fascism. Who's Simone? My belief is to be intolerant of intolerance because tolerant societies and believers will not tolerate that. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The only acceptable intolerance is to be intolerant of intolerance. I agree. It's the paradox, isn't it? The paradox of tolerance, yeah. But the difficulty with the paradox of tolerance is that a lot of folk think that they can pick and choose, you know? They think that, like, they can be tolerant of mental health issues when it's their friends that have them, but then slag off people with mental health issues when those people aren't their friends, or when it happens to be people they don't like, that kind of stuff, you know? They think that it only extends to the obvious things, like, you know, race, religion, sexual orientation, self-identity, that kind of stuff. It doesn't work that way. You don't get to pick and choose. You're either tolerant and willing to hear other points of view and, you know, be kind and respectful, or you are part of the problem. And that's tough. That's really, really tough, because it's something that you can slip into by accident, right? It's something you can find yourself doing without intending to or realizing that you were. And it's really hard to check yourself on stuff that you think you're against. And I think that's where it creates a bit of a problem in the Warhammer community, is that I think there are at least a number of people who maybe don't realize that some things are problematic. They maybe don't realize, like, why certain parts of their behavior are a problem, because they've just never known any different. They've never been challenged before. Oh, Nina Simone. Sure, sorry. The issue is when you think you get to decide who the intolerant are. Yeah, and again, that is also a problem. Like, you get to decide if you find someone's actions acceptable. Everyone gets to decide that. But you don't get to decide if other people find someone's actions acceptable. You know? That's where it becomes an issue. That's where it sort of starts to create problems. Is people sometimes feel like telling somebody that you have a problem with them is kind of an equivalent to then signaling everyone else that they also have to have a problem with them. You know? It's a very odd one. It's a very, very odd one. And again, it comes back to that thing of, if you're able to just sort of stay focused on your shit and just do your thing, and not let other people's lives sweat you, then it becomes a lot easier to stop worrying about stuff like that. And you know, you start to realize that, well, no, in the real world, I make my own decisions over, you know, who I think is okay and who I don't want to be around, and what I think is right and wrong. But, you know, it's when it comes to, like, communities built around shared interests and stuff, you can get a bit of that mob mentality sometimes, and that can definitely be an issue. You know, it can be a bit unfortunate. People take things too far, or, you know, start to confuse the issue. I have to say, you know, as much as I find it very interesting to think about what other people think, I find sort of understanding other people's thought processes and motivations and stuff very interesting. But I have to say, just sort of tuning it out and concentrating on yourself is sometimes its own reward. You know, it can be all too easy to get a bit lost in everyone else's voice sometimes, and forget that you also have one. And you know, you can think independently. You can make your own decisions. You are allowed to do that. That is something that you have agency over as an adult. The interesting thing about the female Space Marines video is so many people seem to willfully misinterpret what it's actually about. It's not me saying that that GW should create female Space Marines, because that isn't my decision to make, ultimately. What that video is about is that there is an audience for this thing. Those people are valid. It is okay for them to want this thing. And defending it using things like the law is really silly when the law constantly changes in ways that we don't like. There have been countless examples of things brought in the law that the fan base disagrees with. Certain parts of the fan base will always resist radical changes. So using the law to defend this shouldn't be a thing is really silly. And that's supposed to be what the point of the video is that if people want this, they're allowed to want it. Like, I personally have just never seen it as a thing. I just don't see gender in that way. You know, back in the 90s, my brothers had some girl heads on some of their Space Marines, and so therefore when I made my Space Marines, I had some girl heads on them. I never even heard any law to tell me I wasn't allowed that until I was in my teens. And by that point, I'd been in a bunch of Games Workshops with my RTB01 Marines that had girl heads on them, and no one had ever said anything to me. Like, no one objected. You know, and so the point of that video was more that, like, stop making this a problem. What the problem is, people having a problem with it. Not people just saying, I want to do what the fuck I want to do with my toy soldiers. Like, those people are allowed to have their headcanon. You know, it says something that the Hello Kitty Marines got less pushback than female Space Marines. Like, that tells you everything you need to know about the problem, right? And that was kind of what the video was about. I can speak from a strange standpoint where I've never lived with tolerant people, so even I commonly put off an aura I don't mean to, and I have to constantly be vigilant of my own actions. I was raised by a single mother for most of my life. My dad, the guy I referred to as my dad that adopted me, I didn't even meet him until I was like 8, and he wasn't really like actively trying to be my father until I was probably about 12. He was quite standoffish with me for the first few years that my mum was with him. And even as someone raised by a single mother, my mum had so many ingrained ideas about like gender inequality. My mum is one of the worst feminists in the world. She was very much like, women are homemakers, men are breadwinners, and you know, that kind of thing. Very old-fashioned, despite the fact that she has mixed race children. Like, all my brothers and sisters are half Asian. I'm the only one that's from 2 white parents. But despite that fact, she was pro-Brexit because she, in her own words, thought we needed to take our country back. Like, you know, these are incredible levels of cognitive dissonance that were present in my very formative years, like from the word go. And I've made so many mistakes in learning how to understand other people's needs, but what separates good people and bad people is wanting to understand other people's needs. That's the separator. It's not whether or not you understand, it's whether or not you want to understand, or whether you just want to shout your point of view loud enough that everybody else shuts up. And that's where the difference comes in, and that's where it becomes a problem, is that A lot of people aren't capable of just shutting up and letting other people think what they want to think. Sometimes people just need to think what they want to think. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to feel that it's right. Sometimes they just need that. You know, my mum believes in God. I'm an atheist. For me personally, I think believing in God is a bit silly. But my mum needs it, so I let her have it. I don't argue with it. I also have some really close friends who are deeply religious. Same thing. Just let them have their thing. They're allowed it. You know. People should be able to enjoy their hobby because at the end of the day, it's their hobby and people shouldn't dictate what can or can't be done. Right, exactly. Exactly. Like, when you were kids and you used to take your bikes out and you'd go and like we used to have some abandoned train tracks near us and we'd go and do jumps over the gravel banks, for example. Would you tell the kid that was on a mountain bike, not a BMX, that he wasn't allowed because he's got the wrong bike? You're not allowed to use that bike to do jumps over gravel. You've got to get a BMX. Like, of course you fucking wouldn't. You know what I mean? You wouldn't dream of it. It wouldn't even occur to you. But it's the same thing. You joined through the female marine video. That's interesting. That video lost me a lot of followers. It lost me a lot of subs. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Joe. One of my biggest problems with England is a lot of the English, which seems odd to say, but it's conservative nationalism in this country is just so misguided. It's so off the pulse. It's so lacking in understanding of how we got to where we are, you know. People like to talk about like blitz spirit and stuff like that. Mini studio, exactly. Nail on the head, buddy. Nail on the head. It's a game of fantasy. The whole point about fantasy is that you can fuck around and do what you want, and that your fantasy represents you, because that's what fantasy is. It is your fantasy. Yeah, I mean, like, what a lot of these anti-immigrant idiots fail to realize is that, like I was starting to make the point then, like, they talk about blitz spirit, for example, about, you know, during the war we stood on our own 2 feet and we were a strong independent country and shit like that. Right? They love to bring up stuff like that. It's one of their favorite talking points. But during the war, we asked people to come and migrate here because our workforce was absolutely fucking obliterated by the war we'd just fought. We just had millions of working age men die in a war. So we asked working age families from other countries to come over so that we had a workforce again. And then you've got these people that are talking about how, like, they don't want immigrants over here. It's like, there wouldn't be an over here if we didn't have immigrants. Immigrants are who kept the country running for us. Like, I don't know, it confuses the shit out of me. That kind of thinking just really confuses me. I just don't get it. I cannot understand that level of cognitive dissonance to be proud to be British and then not understand that being British is, like, you can't be any more British than to be an immigrant who came over here, you know, whose first generation came over here to help out after the war and stayed here and thrived. Like, that is the essence of being an immigrant. That is the most British thing in the world. Exactly, Balnor. Yeah. Like, it doesn't like, do I want canonically female Marines? I kind of don't mind either way. But what I do want is for Warhammer neckbeards to stop having a go at people for wanting female Marines. That's what I want, you know? Just stop creating an issue where there isn't one. Let people play with their soldiers how they want to play with their soldiers. And if women want their heroes to represent them in the game, they should be allowed to do that. And Sisters of Battle is not an adequate representation. You know, Sisters of Battle covers a very two-dimensional representation of what women are, and for a lot of women that just isn't enough. You know, I'm not saying that for all women that isn't enough. There are a lot of women who love Sisters of Battle. There are a lot of women who think they're a great faction and that they collect them and that they love them. That doesn't mean it solves the problem. You know, it doesn't solve the problem just because some people are happy, when the problem is that you're saying not everyone's allowed to be happy. Churchill was a right-wing mass murderer, of course, genocide in multiple countries. The only reason we went to war with Germany was because Churchill didn't want to share power. 3 million Bengalis starved to death by Churchill. I don't really know much about what else he was up to during his time in power. I'll be honest with you. I only really know about his contribution to the war effort because that's really the only thing we're taught unless we go looking for ourselves. Which is probably part of the problem, to be honest. But also, like, I kind of, to a degree, I just sort of don't care. Like, it doesn't matter who Churchill was. Like, when we're talking about human rights issues, it shouldn't be about precedent. There seems to be this sort of connection some people make at, like, why is it a problem now? You know, when I was younger, we didn't have trans people. It's like, it isn't about precedent. It's about these people exist and they're allowed to exist. So stop trying to not let them exist. Like, that's all it comes down to. Yeah, trans rights is one of the ones that it just kind of winds me up a lot, because a lot of the discourse is just such fucking straw man bullshit. You know, a lot of the, like, J.K. Rowling posse in particular are it's just straw man bullshit. It's drawing away from the issue in order to serve your own agenda. Which is, not okay with me. It's not something I'm comfortable with. It's not something that I'm likely to ever buy into. I don't like that. And also just, you know, that much simpler account of things as well is just, I happen to have a few trans friends and non-binary friends who I really love, and it hurts my feelings that those people have to fight for their right to exist. That upsets me. You know, just simple empathy, like nothing even more complicated than that. A lot of the time, just very basic, simple empathy that people I care about are experiencing this discrimination. It wouldn't really matter what they were being discriminated against for in that case. It's just folk I love are being treated badly, and so I feel inclined to defend them. You know, and it can just be as simple as that sometimes. That can be your reason for aligning yourself with issues. You know, you are allowed to defend issues based purely on the fact that people you care about are being negatively affected by them. And I kind of wish that sometimes that people would be a bit more honest about that, you know, would just say, like, instead of saying I support this because of, and then quoting a bunch of popular discourse, just say, you know, I support this because it affects people I care about. I think that for some of the arseholes who just kind of fight against this sort of stuff for something to do, I think maybe if more people were just like, you know, folk I love are affected by this, some of these people would kind of think twice about their position. One of the mistakes I think we sometimes make in trying to talk about human rights is that sometimes we get like really deeply into the technicals and the ins and outs of the issue, and we don't boil it down to the very simple truths. And I'm not saying that superficiality is something that we should lean into in life, but what I do believe is that it's very hard to change somebody's mind by over-explaining a situation to them. The simplest explanation of a situation that you give to someone is the most likely one to affect their thinking, because processing a new way of thinking is very difficult for some people, and you know, that moment that people are placed in a position of having to change how they think, it can really trigger that kind of fight or flight response in some people. And so you know, if we're guilty of one major mistake sometimes, I think it is when people resist what we believe to be what's right, we get a bit hot on, you know, explaining far too many of the ins and outs instead of just saying, look, this is something that hurts people I love, and so I think it needs to stop, and it's just that simple. And maybe that's just a thing we need to get a bit better at doing. Just, you know. Glenn, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe that's just a thing we need to get a bit better at. Is just saying, this hurts people I love. Kevin, thank you as well. Like, I don't know, maybe that's me oversimplifying it. Maybe that's the opposite problem. You've got tassels. Who else has got tassels? You've got tassels. Okay, so let's do all the swords and then we'll just come back and do the tassels. We're nearly done with these. This is why I enjoy joining in streams so often. Not only is it great painting advice on other topics, it's interesting and important. Yeah, I tell you what, right? Trying to talk about, you know, issues that concern you, or, you know, your thoughts and feelings on the world or whatever, it can be absolute career suicide as a content creator. It can really put some people off. But at the end of the day, like, this is the shit that I talk to my friends about. This is the shit that I that I actually care about on a daily basis. If I'm not talking about it, I'm not giving an accurate portrayal of who I am, and I'd rather be who I am and risk you not liking that than create this character that everyone loves and, you know, give a false impression of who I am. And I think that's kind of, again, that goes back to the sort of Twitch days, is that I think, you know, back in those days I was much more about presenting myself, not that I've ever been afraid to talk about issues, I don't want anyone to have that impression, but I think I was much more concerned about presenting myself in a certain way, whereas, you know, now in the YouTube days it's much more about just kind of doing things the way I think they should be done, and hoping that resonates with enough people to be successful. Time will tell, you know. Time will tell. But what I don't want to do is use, you know, gimmicks and false impressions and that kind of shit, and for people to feel like they don't have an honest impression of who I am. step away for a few minutes and the chat goes mental. Yeah, it got busy all of a sudden. Love talking about and discussing these topics, but I don't like the public forum for it, as most people online seem to be insane. No, I do get where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from. I know you're exaggerating, but I understand what you mean. People are much more willing to be arseholes when they're not face to face discussing these issues. It's a problem. It's definitely a problem. Alright, these two have got tassels, so we've got to do some tassels quickly. We're almost done. I really want to get Custodes. Get some! Get some! Just get a box of Guard and paint them and see how you like them. Yo dog, I picked up some brush soap from the Painter's Bakery, which had your card in it. The soap was awesome. Breathed life into a base brush that was basically in the grave. Oh, that's awesome! That's really great news. Painter's Bakery is my little side gig with my partner Jenny. We make brush soap and a diluting agent to help paint behave. Normally it's the other way around. Normally it's actually the YouTube content that leads people to the Painter's Bakery. So it's really nice that the Painter's Bakery has led someone this way. That's really cool. Oh, you've got some Sharky boys? I did I'm gonna have to creep behind my desk now, which is never easy, because there's a fucking sandbag counterweight behind my desk for my camera stand. But I did a Spacey Shark tutorial ages ago. It's a bit dusty because he's been on the abandoned shelf. Did this guy for the channel a while back. And really enjoyed painting him, actually. It was super fun. And pretty easy workup, pretty easy recipe. But a guy actually wanted this miniature. I can't remember who it was, but I asked them to DM me, and I don't think they ever DM'd me, or if they did, like maybe it got filtered out or something, because I don't recall them ever getting in touch. And I meant to send this to them, but it's just ended up on my dead shelf instead. Spacey Shark doo doo. Yeah, I actually did that at in the video. I'm not proud. But it's the only space shark I've ever painted, and I actually really enjoyed it. And I could maybe see myself collecting space sharks. They're pretty sick. They're pretty sick. Yeah, there's a video for it, yeah. It's an old video, mine, so it's kind of shit, but... I just want to do like a really easy kind of energy effect. You can see as it dries, it starts to sort of fade quite a lot. It's just a sort of background hum of like some energy. So obviously it's a powered blade. And so, yeah, just like some really thin emerald, and as it dries, it really dies down like this, and just gives you that kind of look of a sort of background hum. And then you can kind of enhance it if you wish to. You can kind of start picking out some highlights in it and shit if you want. But I probably won't for these. I'll probably keep these pretty simple. Right, so we've got a couple of tassels to do. I'm actually going to break out Nagaroth Night for the first time in my life. I've just been turned on to this colour. And I've never used it before, but it looks like my cup of tea, so I grabbed some. So I'm going to grab Nagaroth Night. And then I'm going to grab some P3 Murderous Magenta. You've got about 500 intercessors on Sprue. My God. It kind of makes me jealous. It kind of makes me jealous. I can't wait for the day where I can paint more of my own stuff. It's going to be so nice. So what we're going to do is just start out with some Nagaroth Night. I dry brush a little. It's a technique that I think gets overused a bit, but I do use it. Something I would say to anyone who's sort of a bit less experienced, be a bit careful of Artist Opus's dry brushing tutorials. They sell a range of flat brushes that they call dry brushes, and so as such they teach a technique that makes use of them. They call it dry brushing, but it's not really dry brushing. It's stippling and feather blending kind of combined into one. It is not traditionally what anybody would artistically regard as dry brushing, but they call it that, and it can lead to a bit of sort of confusing dissonance in tutorial methods. So I would say just watch out for that, because it can mix you up a bit if you're newer to painting. But you know, I use it where it's good. I use it for like fur. I use it for catching sharp edges of very angular shapes. If I can't be fucked to edge highlight them, or if I don't want the look of an edge highlight. I use it if I'm deliberately trying to create like a woolly texture, that kind of thing. You know, there are places where I employ it, but it's not one of my main go-to techniques, just because for most of the things where other people would dry brush, I just have other techniques I prefer. So it's not like I deliberately avoid it because I have any kind of, you know, issue with it or anything. It's just a case of it doesn't entirely suit what I do a lot of the time. Yeah, so Nagaroth Night looks pretty nice. I'm now just going to mix some magenta into it. This is just going to give us a much richer purple now. My main weapon for Grimdark tends to be oil washing. Oil washes tend to really do the business for me when it comes to getting that Grimdark look. A lot of people seem to describe my work as Grimdark, and I think to a degree it definitely is. Like the majority of my sort of normal average painting is probably roughly in that style, but I don't feel like it's one of my main. Well, I don't know. It's hard. It's tough to say this because the second I say it, I sort of contradict myself. I'm very heavily influenced by some of the Grimdark artists, namely John Blanche and Simon Bisley are probably the two big ones that instantly spring to mind. But that said, I'm not necessarily influenced by them enough that I'm trying to sort of paint in their style. More that I sort of take certain decision-making cues from their painting. Yeah, bathed in Streaking Grime. Streaking Grime's pretty cool paint. These days, to be honest, I just make my own oil washes. I just grab the Abteilung 502s and let them down with white spirit. Take care, TJ. I'll catch you in the Discord, mate. Quite a few of you have stuck around for a really long time today. I'm surprised. I don't normally stream for this long, but because I want to get these like as near to finished as possible. I've kind of stuck around longer than I normally would. Because I know if I stop streaming, I'll probably just be like, you can finish them tomorrow. They'll not take long. And I'll go and sort of prep something else for later in the week or something, which would be bad. But, I'm surprised at how long a lot of people have stuck around. There we go. Work from home, so I have the stream up besides conversation stimulating while seeing models I'm currently building. Yeah, I guess it's handy if you're currently working on Custodes. It's probably quite nice. All right, this bit's gonna suck a bit. Just got to go back and do some golds, and I'm not the biggest fan of these Custodes shields. They're a bit clunky in their design, but hopefully it won't be too miserable. Oh wow, Joe! I take that as a huge compliment. Tabletop Minions is a very successful and popular channel. If I share a fan base with those guys, I'm with Uncle Atom, then I am honoured. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, it's kind of odd with YouTube. Because as a content creator, like, I know all those other content creators are, you know, they're just normal folks, just doing the thing that they're passionate about and enjoying it. But like, it does sometimes feel, you do sometimes feel a little bit starstruck by, you know, encountering other successful YouTubers when you're just a little guy that's just trying to sort of get themselves established and, you know, build a following. I mean, like, even you know, the sort of medium size by mini painting standards. I mean, small by YouTube standards. But, you know, folks like Luke Fellows, Luke's APS. He added my personal Facebook account a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, that like made me a little bit giddy. I was like, I know that person. That person has a really good YouTube channel that is very successful. That's crazy. Why do they want to be friends with me? You know. But it also gives me hope, because it makes me think, if people that are already doing quite well in this are noticing me, hopefully that means that I'm sort of doing stuff right. Work on one monitor, stream on another. That's what we like. That's what we like. Just finished blacking out the non-yellow parts of my links now. It's starting to look sweet. I'm guessing there'll be some photos waiting in the Discord that I can fawn over when I've finished with stream. I do like fawning over Apes Minis. He makes me very fawny. I should probably readjust the focus for me holding these a bit lower down. Take care, Pingu. It was good to have you. Been working on the sharks in between squads of Skitari. It's a nice break in the slog that is the Admech battle line. I honestly can't imagine how hard it must be to get through an Admech army. I saw that you should use synthetic brushes when painting metallics. Is that a thing, or can you just use the same brush I use with all my other colours? Let me answer your question with a question, Brett, because this is something that actually came up recently elsewhere, and I think it's worthy of discussion. What do you perceive would be the problem if you were to use your normal brushes with metallic paints? What do you think would be the issue? I'm not saying this to try and talk you into a corner. I'm saying this for a very specific reason. So don't worry about what you answer. Just, be honest about what you think the problem would be. Because I'm pretty sure I know what you will say, and I'm pretty sure it's the same thing that most people think. So, don't worry about what your answer is. No one's gonna take the piss. It's not wrong to be wrong or anything like that. Yeah, this may end up being the bit that I finish off stream because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty miserable. So yeah, you've kind of yeah, the scale cobalt blue is insane. I use that for my ultramarines. So you've kind of already answered the question there, if you think about it. So the issue there isn't using metallics with your normal brush. It's not cleaning your brush properly, right? So my question to people who perpetuate this, it is a myth, by the way. It's not true. My question to people who perpetuate this myth is, should you be telling people not to do something because it exposes their bad brush care, or should you be telling people to look after their brushes better? Which is more healthy for the painting community? Again, I've been over earlier how I do not believe that you should encourage people to use any more brushes than is absolutely necessary. I've also heard that one, and funny enough, when I heard someone actually go into detail about the damaging the brushes thing, I actually audibly laughed out loud. The belief seems to be that the metallic flakes in the paint are abrasive to the hairs of the brush, and that they damage it. I mean, I don't think it takes the brightest of scientific minds to figure out how that can't be true, but I mean, you know, think about it on a macro scale. If you put sand into your paints, like in, say, texture paints, for example, what would happen if you kept sort of scrubbing them into the same area, like you do when you're doing your sort of normal painting? Like they'd just scrub themselves back off because of the grit in them, which is why texture paints, you don't lay them on with a brush normally. You lay them on with like a spatula or something. And if you do lay them on with a brush, it's like really thickly. But yeah, like if the metallic flakes were harmful to your brush, they'd be harmful to the paint itself. Essentially, the paint is softer than your brush, so if they don't lift themselves up when you're repeatedly going over them, you know, if painting one layer of metallic doesn't lift the one underneath it, which, I mean, you know, obviously if it's still wet it will, but if it's dry it won't, then clearly the paint isn't abrasive in any way. Again, it comes back to this thing. I'm pretty sure that a lot of these stupid rumours start because, like, GW store managers are trying to hit their targets and want to sell more fucking paintbrushes. Like, I really genuinely do think that that's a big cause of a lot of the bullshit rumours when it comes to painting stuff. Because, like, a lot of it, the only logical reason I can see for a lot of it is just people need to sell more paintbrushes. Ultimately, what we should be doing in all cases is teaching people how to care for their brushes well. And there's a couple of things to that. So I'll give you a very quick lesson on how I wash my brush while I'm painting. This is not how I aftercare my brush. This is not how I, you know, soap and condition my brush. This is just how I wash my brush during painting operations. So what I'll do is I'll swirl it in my water, which you might be able to hear me doing. And then what I'll do is, against the side of my water vessel, I'll push it like this and rotate it. And what that does is just encourages paint to move out of the ferrule down the brush. Okay? So I'll just sort of twist and push against the ferrule slightly. And as long as you're doing it from all sides, it's not going to put a bend in your brush. If you just do it on one side repeatedly, then eventually it's going to obviously put a bend in your brush. So don't do that. Just twist and push it against the side of your water jar. Okay? So my standard wash, swish it about a bit, twist and push against the side of my water jar, and that's going to kind of discourage any particles that are down here and push them more up into the body of the brush. And then twist on my tissue. Okay? And then usually repoint it with my mouth. Obviously you don't have to repoint it with your mouth. But after 2 of those, my brush is clean. You know, clean enough to work again with. Clean enough that if I was now to paint a non-metallic colour, I wouldn't get metallics in it. That kind of thing. You know, clean enough. Then when it gets to, you know, after I've finished painting, then obviously at that point, I'm looking to some sort of brush soap, which admittedly, like, I'm a shithead with my brushes. I always forget to soap them at the end of the day. You know, you should soap them at least 2 or 3 times a week, really, if you're painting every day. If you're painting once a week or twice a week, then, you know, soap your brushes sort of every 8 or 9 days, I guess. But ultimately, if you wash your brush and then that metallic is still getting through into your colour underneath, that doesn't tell me that the metallic paint is the problem. That tells me that your brush washing isn't thorough enough. So, you know, if any student of mine was to do that, I would sort of refresh them on how to clean their brushes properly. That would be my reaction to that. It wouldn't be to blame the metallic paint, or to blame the brush, and to, you know, to tell them to go out and buy spare brushes for metallics. Yeah, no, I feel you, Joe. I'm a sod for it myself. I've always done it. You know, my brothers who taught me how to paint did it, and so I started doing it to emulate them, and I've just always done it, and now it's habitual. You can repoint your brush anyhow you fucking like. You can keep a little damp sponge beside your desk to repoint your brush on. You can repoint with your mouth. You can just twist it gently, you know, against your tissue. What's that, James? Exactly what you do? What, my little cleaning ritual that I just showed? With the pushing against the edge of the jar and then the twisting on the tissue? Well, yeah, exactly, Brett. This is the point. It's like there's a number of arguments to this. First of all, water-based acrylics are non-toxic. They're not going to harm you. People love to say that they will, but they're not artist acrylics. They're almost always made with synthetic pigments. They're very rarely, pretty much never, made with pigments that contain harmful heavy metals. Most artist acrylics aren't even made with those pigments anymore. The vast majority of paints are made with entirely synthetic pigments and are non-toxic. So if they're water-based and the pigment isn't toxic and the water-based paint isn't toxic, and obviously the medium isn't toxic because they wouldn't be able to call them non-toxic if it was, then there's no danger in putting that paint in your mouth. Hey, interested? How you doing? The other side of that is people who say, like, it's dirty. Like, I put clean water out of the tap in my cup. My paint pots are all sealed when I'm not using them. My palette has fresh paper on it. Like, it's fucking cleaner than my dinner plates. Like, you know, the knives and forks that I eat my fucking food with are probably less clean than my painting setup. Like, of course it's clean. I don't know, every possible issue I've ever seen anyone take with putting your brush in your mouth, I can't make sense of what they claim the issue is. I cannot make sense of it. Patreon take 5%. Plus a processing fee, which I can't even remember what the processing fee is. But they only pay out through PayPal, and then PayPal obviously takes a cut as well. And then PayPal also charges, or used to charge me, currency conversion. Patreon actually pay me in pounds now, not in dollars, but they used to pay me in dollars, which meant that I also paid currency conversion. So at the moment, like, Patreon, well, thanks to the new patrons that we picked up today, Patreon is they're probably paying me £250 a month, of which I probably see 210, I would guess, would be about, maybe 220. Yeah, probably more like 220 after Patreons had their cut and PayPal's had their cut. Army Painter paint tastes bad. Army Painter paint is in very many ways not my cup of tea. I don't know, man. I hear a lot of people stick up for Army Painter paint, but, you know, without wanting to sound like a snob, I feel like paint is the one area where you shouldn't be trying to save money. Like, they've got to cut corners somewhere, right? And where they cut corners is they use really cheap, heavy pigments, and I find them so hard to work with. Like, they fall out really quickly. The coverage is really inconsistent with them. Like, you'll get, you know, some that cover amazingly well and some that don't. But then GW's like that as well, to be fair. So some GW paints cover way better than you expect them to. Some cover way worse than you expect them to, you know. So, but then I also don't believe that GW is a very high quality paint, to be fair. I think GW is actually quite a cheap paint, and that's probably one of the sort of secrets that they've managed to keep pretty close. Because certainly historically they've not hired like the best paint manufacturers to make their paints for them. Yeah, Twitch is awful. Twitch is terrible. And like expensive as well. Like, it's a $5 to sub someone on Twitch. You can sub me for 70p. You know? Like, if you pledge to me at £4 on Patreon, which is cheaper than a $5, and I'm gonna see probably, you know, 350 of that, whereas you pledge to me at a $5 on Twitch and I'm only gonna see 250 of it. Like, yeah, that's what I was saying, Brett. They fall out really, really quickly. You can't get them thin enough to glaze with and them actually still have decent pigment suspension. Which is one thing I will say for GW. Like, GW's base paints are actually really good for glazing with. I know that sounds weird. I find their base paints better for glazing with than their layer paints. Their layer paints, again, they fall out quite badly when you let them down to glazes. But the base paints, because they've got that sort of powder-based pigment in them, they seem to hold up to glazing a lot better. They don't seem to fall out. Yeah, Army Painter's washes are pretty good. They are pretty good. They need thinning a bit, though. They're a bit too thick. But yeah, this is the main reason that I moved to a model that was based more around Patreon, Joe. Is because, I mean, YouTube, like, I've never had a payday from YouTube, and it will probably still be at least another year until I get to the point where I earn anything off of YouTube, anything at all. I mean, at the point that YouTube is earning, that money's all going to go back into content anyway. Patreon is my wages. YouTube money will all be just reinvested straight back into content. That's the plan. Obviously, at the moment, Patreon doesn't make my wage, so I supplement it with commissions. But as I've said, you know, the plan is not to do that forever. I don't think the plan could be to do that forever, to be honest. I think, you know, at some point commission painting is just gonna become impractical. It's certainly under the assumption that things continue to grow anyway. You know, if content creation continues to be successful and Patreon continues to be successful, then it will become impractical to paint commissions probably before it's even, you know, a good idea financially to stop doing them, to be honest. The monument paints come really highly rated. One of my favourite mini painters, Eenie Minis, over on Twitch. She's a monument girl. And I know Sam Lenz speaks very highly of monument as well. And they are both people who I trust implicitly when it comes to ascertaining the quality of paint. John Nunez is another one who speaks really highly of them, and again, I trust John Nunez with my life. He's an incredibly talented man, and he knows his shit. You know, he's well informed. So, like, when a bunch of people who I believe really know their shit are all agreeing that a product is good, it's generally a good sign to me that that product is good. The only thing I will say with Monument is I tried the metallics. I bought a pot of the gold and I found it fucking awful. Like, I hated it. But that doesn't mean that the flat paints are going to be remotely bad, because like the formulation of flat paints and metallics is completely different. They're not remotely the same product, so that doesn't worry me. But I need to get around to trying them. War Paints and Pro Acryl are the two brands that I plan to check off my to try list fairly soon. So there. War Paints is more of a curiosity because they're a budget brand, and I think, Army Painter kind of, for me at least, gives a bit of a bad impression of what a budget brand can be, because I think they cut corners in the wrong place. War Paints, we'll see. I'll be interested to see if they cut corners in the right places. I know for example, I know that their packaging is really simple, which may well be a cost-saving measure. If it is a cost-saving measure, then that is a cost-saving measure that doesn't impact the quality of the paint, right? So that's a great idea. Yeah, the Monument paints are also big pots. That's something worth bearing in mind. Exactly, Joe. Yeah, this is it. People sub to creators because they want to support them, It's like Pleasant Kenobi, good example. I sub him on Twitch just because someone needs to have my Prime sub. Like, I have Twitch Prime because I have Amazon Prime. I don't have Amazon Prime because I want Twitch Prime. I have Amazon Prime because I want free next day delivery and access to free video stuff on Prime Video, right? So I have this Prime sub. Someone may as well have it, so I give it to Pleasant Kenobi. But I also pledge to him on Patreon because I actually want to support him, and the $2.50 a month that $2.50 a month that he gets off of Twitch for the Prime sub doesn't really feel like it's that helpful, So I give him a bit more through Patreon. And in exchange, I get access to his Discord server, which is great because I really like his Discord server. Yeah, Gerald, that's probably what I expect to be the case. Oh, nice. Yeah, I always think subbing to your friends is a good idea as well. Like Modfly, the guy that kind of taught me pretty much everything I know about 2D painting. When he used to stream, he used to always get my sub every month. It just doesn't stream anymore, so, obviously he can't have it if he's not there to collect. Take care, One Stop. Thanks for hanging out. Really? Vince shared me? That's very nice of him. He was in earlier. He was actually in chatting earlier. I didn't realise he'd shared me, though. But, like, Vince and I kind of... we sort of developed a relationship kind of by accident. So... when Vince started doing, when he did Just Magic content, I was obviously aware of him because I used to play a lot of Magic myself, and I also was very successful as an altarist, so I kind of knew, pretty much everyone who you needed to know in the Magic community. At one point, I was, and I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying this being completely objective. I was probably the most successful altarist in the UK at one point. That certainly waned as my love for it, my passion for it started to wane, and my passion for altering kind of waned because I stopped enjoying Magic itself. And when you stop enjoying, the related things also kind of fade. But I was aware of Vince, but like I'd never really been into one of his streams. I only kind of watched the odd video every now and again. In fact, the main videos I used to watch of his were his long play, Modo videos where he was trying out different legacy decks and shit like that, because I really like that kind of thing. But I wouldn't say that I had like a massive interest in what he was doing. More of a sort of passing interest in what he was doing. And I liked it. I liked his presentation style. I found him funny. He's a funny dude. Everyone thinks he's funny. But I wouldn't say that I was particularly, close to his content or was like a mega fan or anything like that. I just sort of knew of him and thought he was pretty cool. But then what happened was he started doing Warhammer Wednesdays, and because of good search engine optimization on his part, YouTube recommended his Warhammer Wednesday video to me, which I watched, and I instantly felt this same excited, eager energy from him in that video that I had been feeling towards Warhammer since also getting back into it. And I'd only gotten back into it maybe 2 years prior to that. Maybe 2.5 years prior to that. I was still pretty recently back in. But that, that really eager, positive, full of excitement and wonder kind of energy that he was putting out, just really clicked with me, really connected with me. And so I started following him a bit more, and kind of started, just sort of paying more attention to his content, I guess. And so what actually happened was I was so enamored with this kind of love and passion that he was portraying in his Warhammer Wednesday content that I wanted to send him something, just like to say thank you, just to say that I really needed that, and it really echoes my own feelings, and it really gave me a boost, and I wanted to send you something to say thank you. So I sent him, my intention was to send him a Mephiston that I'd painted because he was collecting Blood Angels, and I also really love Blood Angels. And so I contacted him to ask for his details so that I could send him something, and I literally just said that, I want to send you something, can I have your details, kind of thing. And we got kind of chatting from there. That was sort of where we started talking. And it was probably a couple of weeks after that. We kind of started talking shop because he knew obviously that I was doing YouTube. I hadn't kind of gone out of my way to say hey, I'm a YouTuber too, but we just kind of fell into talking shop a bit. And he started saying to me, I like talking shop, and also, if you kind of need any advice, if there's anything that I can help with YouTube, he said to me, feel free to talk to me about that. And I said to him, look, I really respect how you do things. I really like how you do things. I like the way you present things. I think you're good at editing. I will definitely take you up on that. Thank you very much. And from there, it sort of just became, occasionally we'd exchange messages, you know, just once in a blue moon, we'd exchange the odd message. I'd ask him a question, what he thought of something, or you know, I'd told him, you know, if you spot something, feel free to come to me. I don't mind the unsolicited advice. And so occasionally we'd just message each other and we'd have a discussion about whatever. And I sort of felt like we were becoming friends from that. I don't really know if we're at that level yet where he would consider me a friend. I'm generally quite a sort of friendly person, and I like to consider people friends unless they give me any reason not to. So, you know, I'd probably call him a friend. I don't know or mind if that's reciprocated or not. But I think it probably is. I get the impression that he considers me a friend from the way he talks to me, and, you know, the kind of things that we talk about. We talk about behind the scenes stuff and shit like that, which I imagine, you know, you probably don't just say to someone who's a fan. I imagine that's probably more what you talk about with friends and shit. But I don't know. I don't know Vince well enough to know that. But eventually, what actually ended up happening was I said to Vince, like, you know, by this point he'd given me a few shout outs and stuff like that, which I hadn't asked for. And in fact, actually, the first time he gave me a shout out, I messaged him to tell him off, because I said, like, look, I didn't do this nice thing for you because I wanted a shout out. I did this nice thing for you to say thank you for a nice thing that you'd done, right? You know, it's I'm not trying to earn your favor here. I'm thanking you for something you've done that I appreciate. And we sort of had a bit of a laugh about it. That's nice to hear, James. Thank you. And and it was quite funny, because, you know, that was probably the moment where I sort of felt like we were starting to become friends. And I said to him at some point, if you'd like to, you know, if it's something that would interest you, I'd love to give you a free lesson. I'd love to just give you a painting lesson. We can just sit down and we can just talk about, you know, whatever aspect of painting you're interested in, and we will, you know, we will just get into it, and I will sort of give you some thoughts and some feelings and, you know, my ideas for how I do that thing or that thing or that thing or whatever. Yeah, quite amusingly, we're now in this really awkward position where a mutual friend of ours, it was actually his birthday coming up, and I came up with the bright idea of let's include him in this lesson. You know, let's give him a lesson as well. It can be kind of a birthday present / you know, just fun birthday hangout thing. And then the big commission that I've just been doing landed, and as a result, I then had to be the one to postpone it. Like, we'd managed to make mine, Vince's, and Barry's schedules all align, which, you know, Barry lives in the States. Vince is obviously very busy with his content creation, and like, he does shit for Channel Fireball and stuff like that, so he has commitments that, you know, he really has to keep to. And then obviously, you know, I'm busy as well. Like, I'm a busy professional. I'm creating content for about 30 hours a week. I'm painting for about 40 hours a week. I've got all my admin and shit. I've also got a lot on my plate as well. And we'd managed to make our schedules align, and then I had to be the fucking idiot that cancelled this thing. So we're in this funny limbo at the moment where we're still trying to make this thing happen. But the plan is that we're going to do some kind of content out of it. It will probably be on Vince's channel exclusively. I probably won't make content out of it because because Vince has said that he wants to make content out of it. So I would rather just sort of let him do what he wants to do with it, rather than me try to turn it into content as well. You know, it especially when you're working with other content creators, I think it's important to identify where it's better to just, you know, let one party or the other take the lead on it. And at the end of the day, I think if Vince wants to make content out of that, like, the number of people who will see me doing my thing is enough that, like, I'm not really gonna help myself at all by making content from it at the same time, and all I'm going to do is just kind of dilute it by, you know, creating some redundancy between what Vince has done and what I'm doing. So it makes far more sense to me to just kind of let Vince do whatever he wants to do with it, whether that's a video or a live stream. I don't really know exactly what he wants to do with it yet. But it's something I'm really looking forward to, because the last time me and Vince got to just hang out casually and do something silly was Game of Warhammer that we had on his stream, and I bought an okay list. My list wasn't shit, but I was just like my usual, not remotely paying attention, not even a little bit trying to win or anything. And I really nearly won by accident. Like I was so behind, and not really paying attention to try and catch up. You know, not really making a conscious effort to focus on the game to try and catch up. And then Vince just had a really shit turn of dice rolls. A really, really unlucky turn of dice rolls where he was like failing all of his saves, wasn't managing to hit or wound with anything. It was just fucking all going wrong, and it like nearly cost him the game all by itself, despite the fact that I was playing terribly. I was playing like an absolute fucking scrub. And it was just so funny. And it's definitely left me with a keen desire to do something with him again. So yeah, that's the story of how I came to know Pleasant Kenobi. Anyway, that's the interesting tale, I suppose. He's you know, probably these days I would say he's like my favourite content creator. I don't. It's a bit odd to say that, because obviously he only does Warhammer content once a week, and I'm not particularly interested in the Magic content. I mean, that said, I do occasionally watch Magic videos that he does, but the majority of the time I don't. But it's just that thing of, you know, I think he has that same sort of childish wonderment towards Warhammer that I have, and I just love that. It just makes me really happy. It just makes me really happy to see people feeling like they're 13 again. I think that's one of the beautiful things about the hobby, and especially about how, you know, some of us that are like in our 30s are starting to get back into the hobby now, are starting to kind of come back to it after some time away from it. When you hit like your mid to late 30s, opportunities to feel like a teenager again, not only do they become sort of fewer and further between, but they become all the more precious, all the more desirable, and they are definitely a nice thing. Anyway, I'm going to stop ignoring the chat now because the stream's going to be ending soon, so I want to just check a few more things in the chat. Caden's bread is his first time. That's why he's excited. I fucking love baking bread, and I get excited every time I bake bread. So you enjoy your excitement, stick with it, enjoy it, ride it out, have a good time with it. You deserve it, you've earned it, and that bread will taste all the sweeter for your excitement. Little tip as well, if you want a little tip for baking bread, drop a small amount of your salt, drop about half a teaspoon of your salt out, and replace it with about 3/4 of a teaspoon of MSG. Your bread will do fucking magic things that you never knew were possible. But you do need to drop the salt a touch. Moss, I will catch you in the Discord, my love. You take care. Look after yourself. I love you right back, my friend. Fuck off, James. Have you looked into YouTube membership? Yeah, YouTube memberships are on and active. They're on and active. I'm eligible for them. They're turned on. What can I do? People prefer Patreon, and to be honest, I prefer people going to Patreon because it's just a much easier way for me to give them benefits that I think, you know, they deserve. There's still a few things on Patreon that I need to iron out the creases with. I want to do some sort of quarterly mail out. I've already added that into the benefits because I have every intention of doing it, but I still can't figure out exactly what shape that quarterly mail out should take, how it should look, what it should be. What it should contain, that kind of thing. I'm still getting the hang of that, but Patreon in general is just a much better structured way for me to give people things that I think are worthwhile, and so I kind of prefer it, to be honest. I got into the hobby at 28, so I guess when I hit 60, I'll get back into the hobby and feel like I'm 30 again, which is fine. That's a second 30-hood. What? I don't know what it's called. I'll post bread pics in a bit. You better. I will be looking forward to that. I think I'm going to stop here, folks. My voice is starting to really crack. And I can't really be fucked to keep sitting and painting these shields gold right now. They all need 2 coats. This one needs a second. This one needs a second. And then they all need tidying up. I think I'm just going to do it in the morning. Or maybe I'll come back into the office in a bit and do it. I'm a little bit more tired than I would normally be because I've streamed for almost my entire workday today, which I don't normally do. I normally do these streams, I normally keep them to about 3 hours, sometimes 4, never usually more, and I've done 6.5, which is very long for me. So I think I'm going to tap out there and call it. Those of you that have endured like most of this stream, you are fucking heroes. You are incredible people. I don't know how you've done that. I couldn't put up with me for 6.5 hours. But you've done it, and you deserve to be congratulated on your achievement. It's no mean feat to sit and listen to me rabbit on for that long, so I'm proud of you. Folks, before I go, I will just do a couple of quick plugs. Obviously, in the description to this video, you will find links to my affiliate programs and to Lazy Dragon Gaming. Very quickly, I will just explain. Lazy Dragon they are my sponsor. They are not my sponsor because we have mutual business interests. They are my sponsor because they are my friends. They own a shop in Blackpool, a physical shop. They are my actual real life friends who I love very much, and they run a incredible gaming community which is currently being impacted very, very harshly by COVID. They are in an area where they've not been allowed to be open at all, which means that mail order is the only way that they are able to do business. They've been trying to set up a website in order to do that, but selling Warhammer stuff through the internet is made very complicated by Games Workshop, and it takes a long time to set up, which has meant that their website is not finished yet. It's in progress, but it's not finished. What this means is that in order to get hold of Lazy Dragon and get quotes on stuff, check stock, order things, that kind of stuff, you need to contact them through Facebook. So if you want to support an amazing UK gaming store, they sell Games Workshop, they sell Magic the Gathering, they sell Pokemon, they sell Vallejo paints, Army Painter paints, P3 paints, all this cool shit. Check out the link for Lazy Dragon Gaming on Facebook. You'll be helping out some friends of mine who deserve it way more than me. They are wonderful people, and if you think that I'm worth supporting, I promise you they are far more worth supporting than I am. Beyond that, if you want to help me get kickbacks and you're planning on ordering scenery, go to Rival Crafts using my affiliate link, because they sell base making materials and scenery materials, and if you order from them through my link, I get a small percentage of that back as a kickback. And if you want to support me, then my Patreon link is there as well, and I would obviously massively appreciate that, because that's what lets me keep doing this shit, and I love doing this shit. It's lovely to be back. I'm really, really glad that so many folks turned out to hang out today over the course of the day. We were up around sort of the 30s for a good long portion of the stream, and even for most of the rest of that, we were around the 20s. Just looking at the peaks here on the little graph, sort of 23, 24 is kind of been the majority of the average, so that's amazing, that's wonderful, and I really appreciate it. It makes me feel very welcome to be back, which is really lovely, because having to just work in silence and separation for so long is it's fine, but it's also it's kind of boring not being able to chat as much and having to be secretive over what you're working on. So it's just lovely to be back around you folks. I appreciate it.